At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Welcome in to On the Rise. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, AM 1410 WRMN, River Media Network Sports. How you doing today, Mike?
I am great. We have so much to get to this week. It was a busy week in sports, whether you're just a casual sports fan or, more specifically, a Chicagoan. It has been a whirlwind, and we kick things off, of course, with our partners here at WRMN, the Chicago White Sox. They opened up the season this past Thursday.
Yeah.
They finished off that spring training a little rocky.
Well, before we actually dive deep into this, we want everyone to know out there that today's White Sox pregame will be coming to you live at 12:30 this afternoon, along with NCAA Men's Elite Basketball action with number 1 Florida versus number 3 Texas Tech, starting at approximately 5:30 for the pregame. And then we will also be carrying number 1 Duke versus number 2 Alabama in the East region, starting at approximately 7:30-ish for the pregame, depending on like how late the game goes for Florida and Texas Tech. But if you're looking to hear a whole heaping helping of sports here on WRMN, you are in for a treat this Saturday.
Yeah, stay locked in all day. As Derrick said, it's very exciting. We are carrying the men's NCAA basketball tournament, March Madness. We will be carrying the women's once they get to, I believe it is the Final Four. So the men's, we're starting at the Elite 8 just for scheduling purposes. And, of course, if a White Sox game conflicts with that, it will be the White Sox game on the airwaves over any kind of out-of-town basketball game.
I also noticed that our broadcast, WRMN's broadcast of the White Sox game, was just a hair faster than some other broadcasts of the game. So, technically speaking, WRMN is the most up-to-date when it comes to White Sox baseball. So don't forget that. If you want to listen to the games the quickest, the fastest, the most up-to-date, want to know what the score is, listen here, WRMN.
Yeah. And that voice was the voice of the one, the only, Nick Johnston.
Thank you.
We will also be having on former, well, I guess you could say he is an IMS alumni, but also works at BetMGM and a couple other arenas throughout the Chicagoland area. Grant Leader will be coming on later to give his takes. You usually see him in the chat in the mornings, but he'll be on at around 8:20 to give us some Cubs, and then we will carry him over into the next section to talk about some March Madness and some basketball. A lot of things heating up with both of those at the moment. But for the White Sox right now, we have the remainder of the spring training that didn't go so well for the White Sox. They lost both of those Saturday doubleheaders, 14-1 to the Seattle Mariners at the Camelback Ranch, and on the road, 10-4 to the Colorado Rockies, an 8-4 loss at home against Arizona, but then an 8-5 win at home against the Athletics. So they finished 14th in the Cactus League, 11-19 out of
Why are we talking about that?
15 teams. Just setting the stage here because we have
the
opening day that we got to get to.
We need to get to the opening day.
We cover everything here, Derrick. Come on now.
Yeah, but anyone in the know knows that already.
I don't know about that. They're tuning in to hear it. We have then.
Yeah, but let's talk about the Thursday.
I'm getting there.
Let's
You got to be
talk about the
patient.
Thursday.
This man,
No,
you want to jump right to the end.
We have a guest coming on at 8:20. We need to get through this. We need to fly.
It's one game. And there's plenty to talk about, but
Yes,
this one
I
game,
know.
we got this.
But it was like a Thursday of like, oh my God, Chicago fans have not experienced this in like forever.
You mean being
It was
over
a winning
500?
Thursday.
It was a winning Thursday. Yes, for everybody.
For 3 teams.
Yes, for everybody that
3
played.
Chicago teams.
Yes.
Haven't been over 500 since 2023. So
Yeah, the White Sox have not been as
They're in
you
the
said, Nick.
playoffs, baby.
Well,
Yeah. I know.
the White Sox have
Bite
not
me.
been over 500 since Thursday, March 30th of 2023, when they won opening day in Houston against the Astros. That is painful. That is so painful. But the White Sox had a good outing, as you mentioned, Thursday. I was at the ballpark. Got to be there on behalf of WRMN. We were having the broadcast here, the pre-game show. We were kind of setting the stage.
I do recall you calling in.
Yeah, we were up in the Stadium Club when that happened. I was trying the new
Mr. Hoity-toity over here.
the new Shy Italian, which was like a
Is that
an
what you're
Italian
calling your
sandwich.
mustache these days?
Nope.
The Shy Italian?
Absolutely not. I'm calling it Doc Coach. But, we were able to enjoy from up there and then get down to our seats as well. There's plenty of people at the ballpark all trying to get these beautiful blankets that they handed out. They're actually really soft and really comfortable as well. So
I actually thought that was just like a I don't know what, like a poster type deal.
Oh, no. That was the
That's a
giveaway.
blanket. Okay.
That was
Yeah,
the
well,
giveaway. Yeah, it's a tapestry right now, I'll tell you that much. So it's actually staying permanently here in WRMN. But yeah, the White Sox started out really well. Sean Burke making his debut. That was one thing I don't know if we got a chance, or I didn't get a chance to talk about too much on the call-in, but I'm sure you guys previewed it. I don't think anybody really knew who Sean Burke was going into this game, but he goes 6 scoreless innings.
Believe it or not, we actually might have some sound for that.
All right.
Sean Burke, not just making his first opening day start, making his first opening day roster. He talked about all the emotions that come with that, and he is ready to get this season started off on the mound. Got him swinging. 2-2 from Burke. Yes, sir! Sean Burke with back-to-back punchies, and he gets out of the jam in this first inning.
0-2, and this one hammered on a line. Deep left center. Taylor will leap, and he makes a catch. On the back pedal, O'Hoppe will tag and head to third. That is a Gold Glove play by Michael A. Taylor. 2 down.
Slow roller to short, charging Amaya. And once again, the youngster, Sean Burke, gets out of the jam. We are scoreless.
Payoff coming, swung on and missed, strike 3.
Four-seam fastball, throws it by Adele.
There was a little movement on that fastball.
Burke motions and throws, and Soler pops it up on the infield, back at second. It'll be Amaya, the shortstop, just into the outfield green. That beautiful new turf.
Burke has sawed his way through 6 innings. They're not doing anything with him.
Yeah, so that was Sean Burke. That was courtesy of ChicagoWhiteSox.com. So you got Casper.
Yeah, that was the radio broadcast. And where can you hear that? Right here on WRMN as well. So
Yeah, well, that was also the CHSN mixed in with the radio broadcast as well. So you have Striffen, Casper, and that Hall of Famer,
Darren Jackson, Steve Stone.
Steve Stone. Thank you.
Yes.
My goodness, I'm so sorry, Stoney. Stone Pony. Yeah, so who's that Burke guy? Oh, yeah, he's the guy that only pitched 4 games last season, came in, and he was pretty spectacular for the opening game.
Yeah, 6 innings pitched, only 3 hits given up. He
3
had
Ks.
49 strikes in 73 total pitches. That's impressive. As
At
you
one
mentioned,
point, he
the
shut
3
down
Ks.
14 straight batters in a row. So
Yeah.
it was a pretty solid outing right there.
Yeah, and I would imagine a lot of those 14 were Tim Anderson, as he goes 0 for 4 in his return to Chicago. He did get a standing ovation when he stepped up to the plate. However, he also got a standing ovation when he struck out looking at the plate in that first inning.
A lot of things that Chicago White Sox fans
What's up
have
with
seen.
77? What's up with the spring training number?
Yeah, why has he got the spring training number? They gave number 7 to, was it
I don't think he was expecting to make the team, but because of the injury to Redondo, he had Anthony Rendon. There it is. I knew I'd get her to eventually. But because he had basically season-ending hip surgery already, Anderson made the team. But before we continue and before we get on with Grant Leader, we need to take a short commercial break. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. He's Mike. I'm Derek.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
My name is Mark Smith, and I am running for Elgin City Council. I am a proud 22-year veteran of the United States Army, former Elgin police officer, past Elgin Image Advisory Commission member, past president of the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association, current commander of the largest local veterans organization, and a newly appointed member of the Elgin Civilian Police Review Board. If you are concerned about the direction of our city or the representation you have been receiving from your current council members, I humbly ask for your vote on April 1st. I will be your council member who asks tough questions, solves problems, protects our finances, and listens to the concerns and needs of the members of our community. My main focus will be economic growth, community development, collaborations, and transparency and accountability. The time for change is now, and I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your partnership as together we can build a strong and vibrant future for Elgin. Please vote Smith for Elgin City Council. Paid for by Mark Smith for Elgin City Council.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Whoa, look at that. It is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano. The grumpy old fart here, Derrick Geyer. On the board is Nick Johnston. And apparently joining us via Zoom is Mr. G Lead, Grant Leader from... Where are you from, Grant, these days?
Well, I'm doing it from my house. So,
yeah, he's on near me in Schaumburg.
Parts unknown.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You may recognize Grant from his various work at both Impact Field with the Dogs, Now Arena with the Windy City Bulls. You're also at BetMGM. So, Grant, welcome in here to WRMN. It's a pleasure to have you.
Don't forget the Divided podcast.
Divided podcast.
My goodness.
Also, we mentioned at the start of the show, IMS alumni like the rest of us sitting here. So, happy to have you in the family here now at WRMN, buddy.
well, thanks for having me, guys. I've been listening to your show. I mean, it's kind of tough. It's tougher for me because at BetMGM, I'm doing a show exactly on your guys' time. But today I got the day off, so I texted Mike. It's like, hey, man, I would love to join the show, talk something sports-wise with you guys. So here I am, and thank you guys for having me.
So anytime that you're in our chat, I can text your boss then and let him know that Grant isn't actually paying attention at work. He's tuned in to us.
Dude, come on. We don't throw our guests under the bus. What the hell are you doing, Napoletano?
Mr. MGM?
My goodness. He's going to kick your arse the next time he sees you.
Preferably not if you do that. But anytime we have a hard out at the 15 mark or the 36 mark, I usually will chime in with a text here and there. So
yes, I do like my hats, Grant.
There you go.
Yeah, so you do like your hats.
But we were wrapping up the White Sox home opener, and then we'll get to the Cubs. That's your side of town in just a moment. But we wanted to also mention, I mentioned Tim Anderson going 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, 2 of those swinging. It was also not a great day for Yohan Moncada, who returned to town, as Yohan was... he had one at bat. It was a walk. He got booed. Tim Anderson, standing ovation. Yohan Moncada gets booed. And they were the left side of the infield in those later innings for the Angels, but it wasn't enough for them to be out there because every ball went over the wall.
Yeah, it kind of just goes to show you where they both stack up in White Sox history.
Yeah.
One was beloved, one was oft injured, and hardly ever really played. But anyway.
Yeah, so a 3-run shot from Andrew Benintendi. We got a Benny bomb for the afternoon. That extended the lead from 3 to 6 to nothing. And then an added home run from Lenin Sosa. But how about Austin Slater? Austin, we made all those comments over the offseason that was more directed at the management for saying that, why is this your number one get during the offseason? But Austin, I was not familiar with your game. I am familiar now.
Are you talking about that? Oh, you're talking about the first inning home run.
The home run.
Second inning home run.
Yep. So, yeah, the White Sox go on to win their home opener 8-1. And as we mentioned, it was the first time that they were over 500 since the start of 2023. One other note to add.
It was a lot closer game than that 8-1 score would suggest.
Yeah, really.
Considering the fact that the White Sox had walked the bases loaded, hit batsman, walked the bases loaded, and Mike Clevenger came in and, well, I thought I was having a holy Smurf instance where it was like, oh, okay, we're just continuing the season from last season.
Luckily, Jorge Soler couldn't hit anything with a bat, like a fishing oar. So.
Yeah. He couldn't hit water. So he fell out of a boat.
Stranded the bases loaded there, and then, obviously the White Sox exploded for...
Yeah, Clevenger had walked Trout, but then got the job done against Soler with the bases loaded. But it was in the 9th inning that Cam Boozer came in, former Chicago Dogs pitcher. He did give up that solo home run, but he then struck out the side, I guess you could say, other than that home run with those other 3 outs. So a nice outing by him, and the White Sox get the win. They're 1-0. They continue their series with those Los Angeles Angels today at 1:10. Then tomorrow at 1:10. Again, you can hear both of those games right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
Pre-game starting at 12:30 today, Saturday.
And then Monday through Wednesday, it'll be at home against the Minnesota Twins, a 1:10 start, followed by a 6:40 start on Tuesday, and then a 1:10 start on Wednesday to round those games out. It'll be Perez, Smith, and then Burke once again in that series. Cannon and Martin are due up today and tomorrow against those Angels. And then next Friday and Saturday, the White Sox will go on the road for the first time with 12-10 starts against the Detroit Tigers. But let's move over to the north side since we got Grant here. Grant, your Cubs, they had a much better spring training, so there were much higher hopes for this north side team going in. However, they did drop those 2 tough games in Japan to the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. I mean, when you're playing the Dodgers in Japan, I don't think they're going to back down at all. But the Cubs started out the continental regular season in the right way with a 10-6 win. That was a barn burner against the Arizona Diamondbacks. What did you see in that game? And then, of course, going into last night's game.
Well, the game in Japan, it's like calling a spade. You're getting 2 losses against the greatest team probably ever formed since the 27 Yankees, something like that, because they got all-stars at basically every 9 positions on the field, and in the rotation they have former Cy Young winners. They got rookie sensations coming over from Japan. It's just too much to handle. So very early on in the season, you're going to get 2 losses against them. And I think that home run by Shohei wasn't really a home run, but you're in Japan, you're not going to rob the greatest player in this generation a home run in his home country. So they're going to give it to him regardless. But in the domestic opening day in America, they won 10-6. Justin Steele put up 5 innings, 6 hits with 3 earned runs, got a couple Ks and a walk. Didn't look too impressive, but he also didn't look too impressive in Japan, but we're not going to hark him on that, I guess, because it's still early on in the season. And last year he started opening day and he got hurt. So it's just good to see him get 2 starts in early in the season and not get hurt this time. It's weird too, because like the one position everybody was worried about was third base, and Matt Shaw came in and he's kind of taken over that spot. He's played in all 4 starts for the Cubs this year. And then I thought that the biggest hole in the Cubs this year was going to be catcher, and then Miguel Amaya comes out and gets he was the player of the game in that game. He had 2 hits and 5 RBIs in that game. In opening day when they won 10-6. So it was an impressive look. And then, yesterday they played and lost 8-1. So they'll have to bounce back with Shota on the mound tonight.
Yeah.
Now, do you think going with Shaw as a third baseman, I know he's played in all 4 games. This has been a highly contentious position for the Chicago Cubs in this offseason and everything. If Shaw doesn't, because if I'm not mistaken, he's only got like 1 or 2 hits so far in 4 games.
Yeah, right? I believe so. Yeah.
So how much of a leash, how far are you going to be going with Shaw in your opinion, Grant?
Well, I think they should just let him go. I think they should just let him off a leash and just see what he can do, because everything that they've been hearing from him from AA to AAA has been impressive. And even when he played for Team USA a couple summers ago, he was impressive there. I think they should just let him go, because anybody else at the third base position doesn't look too good. I mean, you got Justin Turner, who's 40 years old. I don't know if he has the arm strength to get it over to first base like he did back in 2015, 2016 with the Dodgers. Greg Workman, I know he had an impressive spring, but Gage Workman, sorry. I know he had an impressive spring, but we haven't really seen him play in the big leagues that much. But I think you should let Shaw do his thing at third base and just see where it goes.
Yeah, and we can continue this Cubs conversation on the other half of the break. We'll still have Grant here with us, and then we're going to jump into some March Madness basketball, not to mention the Bulls had themselves quite the week here as well. So all of that and more right here. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise. Myself, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer. We've got Nick Johnston on the board, and of course our guest, Grant, leader of the Divided podcast. We will talk to you right here, right in a moment. see you in 2 seconds for some basketball, and then, of course, the wrap-up of the Chicago Cubs.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Ivana Brooks. I'm running for Elgin City Council because I have a passion for people and politics. I care deeply for this city, and the city of Elgin is my home, and I want to see all of our people thrive, prosper, and grow for generations to come. I want to lay the groundwork for this city, championing business development and economic prosperity, improving community relations, and empowering our youth, and maneuvering our mental health and substance abuse crisis, because the people of Elgin deserve to have a government that is run by the people, for the people. So join me, and please support by voting for me, Cecilia Ivana Brooks, on Tuesday, April 1st, for Elgin City Council. Thank you. God bless America, and may God bless the city of Elgin. Paid for by the Believers for Cecilia Brooks.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back here to AM 1410 WRMN. We're talking baseball and basketball here on the Rise. Myself, Mike Napoletano, my co-host Derrick Geyer, and the man on the board, Nick Johnston. We have a guest in the house right now that is
virtually
the G-Lead, Grant Leader of the Divided Podcast.
Hey, where can people find you, G-Lead?
They can find our work on Instagram and on Twitter, or X, however you guys want to call it. X at Divided Pod. 2. That is the number 2. And then on Instagram, you can find us at Divided Pod. So you can find us on our social media networks.
And you guys just recorded an episode, didn't you? You guys are back to it.
Yeah, we're back to it. Tilo likes to say season 3 of Divided Podcast, but it's just really our 3rd year doing the podcast, I guess. So, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys have a difference of opinion, which is why it's called the Divided Podcast. So, season 3 or year 3, whatever.
Yeah, Grant has quite the range when it comes to sports fandom. You want to run down them real quick and let the people know who you're cheering for?
Well, I wear the Chicago Cubs hat, so obviously my team is Chicago Cubs. And then obviously we got to go for hockey. It'll be Chicago Blackhawks. Now, when you say range, that's where it gets rangy because my favorite team football-wise is Baltimore Ravens, and then my favorite basketball team is Oklahoma City Thunder.
And just out of curiosity, G, who is the most underrated person in football?
The most underrated person in football?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of tough to say, but I would say
I thought for sure you were going to go Lamar Jackson. My bad. I thought I was doing an alley-oop and you were just going to flush it.
Nah, I'll give you Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin is probably the most underrated player in football because year after year he's putting up 1,000-yard seasons with, quarterbacks that are picked up off the street like Kyle Allen or Case Keenum, and he's consistently been one of the best receivers in the league.
Okay.
So I'll give you that for the most underrated player in the NFL. And he finally has a quarterback throwing the ball.
I was going to say, yeah, now that he's in Washington, yeah. No, we'll jump right back into the Cubs. I know that they had a tough loss last night. It's Jameson Taillon with the loss in that one. He went 4 1/3 innings, gave up quite a few in that 8-1 loss. That was, to be specific, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, and only had 1 strikeout. The Cubs sacrificed they gave up 8 runs to the Arizona Diamondbacks and also gave up 14 hits in that process. Yeah. Arizona did have 3 errors in this game, but that wasn't enough to get runs on the board for the Chicago side of things. But, it's only game 4, game 2 against this Arizona team. You guys haven't even been, the Cubs haven't even been back in Chicago yet, and they won't be until next week as they have another series out west. I guess that's a good thing because they did all that traveling over to Japan. Now they come back. They were playing spring training ball out in Arizona, so they stay in Arizona. Then they go on to play the Athletics for a 3-game series Monday through Wednesday. 9:05, 9:05, and 2:35 are the starts in that series. And then finally, it is the Cubs home opener next Friday at 1:20. Shota Imanaga on the mound against San Diego. Then it'll be 1:20 throughout the weekend, Saturday and Sunday as well. What do you see from this Cubs team going forward? Expectations for this season, and then just getting to have Chicago baseball back on the north side.
I mean, my expectations are they're either going to compete for the division or they're going to finish second like they did last year. I think they have the chance to finish with 88 to 89 wins, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. I just think that with the pitching rotation, it's very top-heavy with Steele and Shota, and then after that, you obviously saw what Jameson did last night, giving up all those runs. I mean, it's his first outing. You're not gonna hit him too hard on that. And then Matt Boyd, and then whoever's going to be in that 5th spot. Javier Saez on the IL to start the year, so we'll have to see about that. But the 1 through 9 lineup is solid. And like I said before, I wonder if they have a catcher now with Miguel Amaya because he hit 5 ribbies in their domestic opener. But I think that they will be competing in the NL Central. Past that, it's going to be tough to say because obviously whatever the Dodgers want to do, the Dodgers are going to do with that lineup and that pitching rotation. So it's tough to say how they're going to do, but that's where I expect the Cubs to be competing this year.
Hey, G, now, according to Jed Hoyer, when he was asked by a reporter earlier on in the week, he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, along the lines of the Cubs outperforming their projections. They're either going to outperform their projections or they're going to meet their projections, or they're going to underperform their projections.
Isn't that the only?
He like really covered the span of the projections.
Covered all the bases there.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? Because I mean, as a diehard Cubs fan, that just absolutely drives me bonkers. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can relate to the sentiment of not being able to kind of decipher Jed's comments, or if he has anything about where this team is going or where this team needs to pick up slack or anything like that. So I agree with you. It's hard and it's frustrating sometimes because you can see the potential in this lineup. You can see Happ, you can see PCA, Tucker, Bush, Swanson, Horner, all those guys, Matt Shaw, we mentioned before, in the rotation top heavy with Steele and Shota. The potential of this lineup can win 89 to 90 wins and be one of the teams that can be competing in the NL playoffs. Past that, like I mentioned, not sure with like the Dodgers, not sure how the Phillies or the Mets are going to look this season. You know, they're going to be competing, but that's what we've seen like two years in a row, guys. 83 wins. And 2023, they were right there. I know you guys like to joke with me and Tilo about this, but I remember looking at the standings one time, like I think September 2nd or September 3rd or something like that, and the Cubs had a 93.4% chance of making the playoffs, and then it went all downhill.
Yeah, and then the Colorado Rockies happened.
Well, I think they lost the series and then they swept them at home. They lost the series away and then they swept them at home. I think the thing that did them in was losing that series to the Braves. They had like a 8-3 lead, and then Olsen and Acuna. I mean, that was Acuna's MVP season. Like, well, I won't take it away from him, but they just ravaged the Cubs. And then we obviously remember Seiya dropping the ball in right field that he should have caught. It hit him right in the glove. But there's a reason I think we see him more on the DH side. I would love to see him play in the outfield a little bit more, just so that he can have some more redemption. But it's just been tough. It's been tougher to see this team that we know that can compete. We know that they can win games and possibly make a run, and they're sitting at 83 wins. And you like seeing them above 500, but it's just like you're getting your cake, but you're not getting a chance to eat it. So
yeah, if Tucker performs as he's expected to, being a 5 to 6 WAR player, then you got PCA doing what PCA did. P. Crow Armstrong did at the end of last season, along with Amaya continuing his hot hitting. You're talking about three positions where you will get added value. Like I said before, and like you had alluded to, is the third base position. That seems to be the big question mark. And I don't know. It's having Matt Shaw go in there as basically, he is a rookie, not played a whole lot of professional ball, but if he could just be average to what they were doing last season, the year before that, maybe they overcome.
If Matt Shaw is that guy, because the past couple of years they had Chris Morel, who obviously we know like he can drive a ball 430 feet on any given pitch. And then you also remember he had a lot of errors at third base. It was very tough for him playing at third base. And then back behind him was Nick Madrigal. And I know you White Sox fans, you will like shake your head and be like, yep, absolutely. And the Cubs fans definitely saw Nick Madrigal. And he was fine as a position player at third base, but that wasn't his primary position because he was obviously drafted as a second baseman.
No bueno.
So, yeah, I mean, they threw him in there a couple times, and I think Cubs fans will remember him rounding third, and then Ellie De La Cruz throwing a missile to the catcher, and him being calling it out by a mile. So I think that's probably going to be his most memorable play. And I think that he was solid in the field, but then batting-wise, you're basically getting a contact guy versus a Morel who could hit the ball a long way. And then Isaac Paredes, they obviously traded him to go get Tucker. It was just a future plan of using him as a trade piece.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, Nick Madrigal on the south side was a different Nick Madrigal than he was on the north side. Speaking of Knicks, the one thing that we forgot to mention was that Nicky Naperville Lopez was on the mound for the Angels in that blowout Chicago White Sox win on opening day. I just wanted to throw that in there before we forgot. But
got a line as a pitcher. But we'll continue this Chicago Cubs talk on the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN on the other side.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Cleanup on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star.
Welcome back to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. To my left in studio is Mike Napoletano. I am Derrick Geyer. On the board is Nick Johnston. In on Zoom is the G lead, the G-man, Grant Leader.
Mike, what's
I'm laughing because you're laughing.
Well, I see you guys. I remember him wearing a White Sox jersey, and then he just flips it over.
I have a doppelganger. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Show business, baby.
Well, Grant, we were talking about how you are a crazy fan of multiple different cities and multiple different teams. One of those is the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I don't know if you've paid attention to your former player Josh Giddey these days, but man, oh man, are the Bulls on fire.
Yeah, we got like a little highlight of last Thursday's game for the Chicago Bulls.
I don't know if we can actually pull it up right now just because we're all in the Zoom, but...
Yep, technical.
I guess we can.
12 seconds left. Bulls have to hurry. Get it into Vucevic. Quick pass to Williams. Big shot for three. Good. 2-point game. 9.8 left. Oh, loose ball. Giddey. The steal. Wait for the lead. Yeah!
Big time plays. Big time plays. Kobe White. Sub-Zero. Big.
Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Plays it in to take the lead. Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left. Giddey for the win.
Go! My God! I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, no. Improbable. Unbelievable.
Josh Giddey's a bad man. He's a bad man.
That was courtesy of CHSN. That was Adam Amin and Stacey King, and Stacey King was not only giving out the hot sauce, he was giving out the Carolina Reaper hot sauce on that one.
From down under.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, from down under.
Oh, yeah, he went into the whole, good day, mate. And the funniest thing is that the camera pans to a Lakers fan that's just in disbelief that sequence just happened. It was one of the craziest sequences that we have ever seen, I think, in an NBA game recently. I mean, maybe with the exception of playoffs, I haven't seen a regular season game finish in that high of pressure situation.
They were down 12 points with less than a minute to go.
I believe so, yeah. And then
they were down 5 points with something like 12 seconds to go.
12.9.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was unbelievable. The atmosphere at the bar that I was at was absolutely off the hook.
And what was that? That was on Thursday when the Cubs got their first win of the season and the White Sox won their opening day. So hey, Chicago, what a day! Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow.
I got a quick one for Grant.
Yeah, okay.
So, like I said, this is your Thunder squad, former of your Thunder squad, Josh Giddey, made the trade for Alex Caruso. We've gone back and forth. With Josh Giddey now joining, one of 8 players.
Oh, boy.
Michael Jordan, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, LeBron James, and Magic Johnson in his last 10 games because he scored 220 points, 96 rebounds, and 100 assists. Grant, did the Thunder still win this Alex Caruso trade?
It's a win-win for both teams. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. And it's fine because Bulls fans, it's just fine because it's like, I'm talking to a lot of Bulls fans here, but it's fine. I'll just mention that the Thunder and the Bulls were both looking for what they got. And what they got for Caruso was a guy to come off the bench, to give them good minutes and to be a good defensive presence for that team. And the Thunder are top 3 to top 2 in almost every defensive category in the NBA. And Caruso has been a big part of that. And Giddey has been a good electrical piece to come off and as well for this team. The reason why people are saying that Giddey and the Bulls have won this trade is because obviously Giddey's putting up good numbers. He was doing pretty much the same stuff with like the 14, the 10, 11, the triple doubles he was putting up. He was putting them up in OKC the past 2 years when he was with them as well. I think that the reason why Giddey's numbers are better is because Giddey's getting more minutes. He's obviously starting. He's obviously not coming off the bench like Caruso is. Caruso's only getting 20 minutes at max, and Giddey's getting at least 32 to 34 minutes on the court. So I think that it's not a win for one particular team. Obviously, you see the difference between how the Thunder are playing right now. First team to get to 61 wins. They're the youngest team to get to 61 wins, and that's the most wins in Thunder franchise history. So obviously they're doing something with Caruso. And obviously Giddey's doing something with the Bulls. They're now 8-2 the last 10 games, 4 straight wins. It's working out for both teams. I won't say there's somebody who's flat out won this trade, but I think both teams have both benefited from this trade.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to criticize the OKC Thunder for winning 61 games, but did you realize, Grant, that now if the Bulls win the next 8 out of 9 games, they could potentially be 500 for the year?
All right.
That could be true. Yes, that could be true. I think that if they keep up this pace, if they do keep up this pace, I think they could be a challenge for the play-in teams, whoever they might match up against. And then it could be interesting because they play the Cavs tough. Obviously, the outcomes haven't gone their way, but they do play them tough. And then the Celtics, it's just a toss-up to see where they go. But I do like their chances against those two teams. I won't flat out say they're going to just be like 4-0 sweep or 5 or get them in 5 games. But I think that they can give them a challenge and give them a run for their money because those two teams are who everybody's picking to go out of the East.
Yeah, and we still love Alex Caruso here in Chicago, all the things that he did for the Bulls and stuff like that. But you mentioned Josh Giddey. He flirted with a quadruple double. The last time the Bulls played the Lakers was just at the start of last week. 15 points, 10 rebounds, 17 assists, and 8 steals. The Bulls dropped 81 in that second half and came 4 points shy of hitting that 150 mark against LeBron, Jokic, Luka Doncic, and the Lakers. And then they go ahead and they upset the Lakers once again in that beautiful picture of Giddey making the half-court shot, which, mind you, was a little bit before the half-court even. I mean, it was from the logo, but the back half of the logo. And he's got LeBron on the one side, and he had Luka Doncic just on the other side, both of them looking up at the basket. I mean, that is just, if you're Josh Giddey, that picture's hung on your wall. Maybe
Next
you
statue?
sign it. Yeah, statue. I don't know. Let's not go
or was
too
it the
far.
steal of LeBron?
Well, no, it was the final shot, and LeBron was too.
No. I'm talking about the inbound pass.
Oh, the steal
that set everything off.
The steal was nice too. That was 10 steals in the last 2 games against the Lakers for Josh Giddey. The Bulls go on a 4-game win streak on the week, a 129 win, a 129 and 119 win over the Nuggets. Nestled in between those 2 games as well. But as Derek mentioned, they're sitting at 33-40. They're in the 9th spot, so they're still in those play-in games. In previous years, we talked about a team being, or this Bulls team being under 500, making the play-in rounds and calling it success. But with the way the Bulls are playing these days,
could actually make it to the 8.
I'm not actually that mad.
Possibly.
Yeah, I actually. This record doesn't reflect how they've been playing as of late, and I do think this is a different case. If we do see this Bulls team, most likely they will be under 500, making it into the play-in rounds. I think it might be a different story than previous years. However, you're still going to have to go up against those Miami Heat. So
yeah, but I'm not even thinking that it was the Alex Caruso OKC trade that really won the Bulls or the OKC. It was the get Zach LaVine out of Chicago trade, where we actually got 3 players that have played, close to 300, 400 professional NBA games.
Yeah.
So
top 25 players, Zach LaVine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since they got rid of him, the Bulls have been pretty good.
All right, so we'll get to the future Bulls schedule in just a second after the break. We'll have G-Lead stick on with us because we want to get your takes for March Madness briefly. But you are listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise here on Saturday morning with myself, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston, and now G-Lead. We'll see you in just a second.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Welcome back to On the Rise with your host, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer. On the board, Nick Johnston. On Zoom is G Lead Grant Leader. But before we get into any more sports talk, just want to give you a quick programming note. The Chicago White Sox pregame will be here on WRMN at 12:30 this afternoon. Followed that by some March Madness with Florida versus Texas Tech. Then Duke versus Alabama.
And where can you hear all of it?
Here on WRMN 1410 AM. River Media Network Sports.
Very nice, very nice. Well, you can also tune into the rest of the Bulls' schedule this upcoming week. It starts off tonight, with a 7 p.m. home game against the Dallas Mavericks. And then the Bulls will be in Grants, Oklahoma City, in order to face the Thunder Monday night at 7 p.m. And then Tuesday, back at home against Toronto. And then Friday, still at home to face the Portland Trailblazers. Both of those games at 7 p.m.
I just got to say, sorry, cutting you off yet again.
Go ahead.
My bad. Grant is looking mighty angelic there on the Zoom. He's got the night. Oh, don't look all confused there, G.
He's got the light behind him.
You got the halo going on there. It looks like you're the all omnipotent, godlike of sports. No,
I mean it's just my light. So I could
try to give the dog a bone. And,
not omnipotent on sports.
I mean, you guys are looking better than I am. I just, I woke up, threw on something, and just turned my light on.
We appreciate that, by the way.
Oh, this whole thing? Oh, no, he shouldn't have.
He's still a Thunder fan.
Nick is the best looking guy you guys have at your station. So.
Well, hey, no, we got Dean Delally over here. Yeah, come on now, come on.
Definitely the best dressed.
We've got Sonar. We've got, definitely the best dressed in Dean's case. We've got Sonar. I don't know. There's a good running. There's a good running. It ain't us, I'll tell you that. But yeah, that's why we bring Nick
Watch what you're doing with your fingers there, Mike.
I did that.
Oh, okay. It looked like you were giving the number one salute from my vantage point.
No. Speaking of number one, the Windy City Bulls only have one game remaining on the season. That is on the road at Motor City Cruise in the Wayne State Fieldhouse. Unfortunately, the Windy City Bulls, they finished 16th out of 16 teams in that Eastern Conference, 11-22. The only two teams worse than them in the league were both in the West. That was Dallas's farm team, the Texas Legends. They were 8-25, and the Iowa Wolves, that's Minnesota's G League affiliate, 6-27. Not to be confused with G League affiliate in the West. But yeah, those Windy City Bulls.
We see what you did there.
Those Windy City Bulls, they had four straight losses to start March after 3 straight wins to close out February. They did get a win, but then that was followed by 3 more losses. They finally got a win over those Indiana Mad Ants on the road, but their final home game was a loss, 103-100 to those Mad Ants. They put up a fight at the very end, and we may be getting a chance to talk to some Windy City Bulls personnel. Well, we are right now, actually. However, he was not there at that final game.
We've got one in the his house, and we got one on the his Zoom.
Yes. So, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you were at that final game, Nick.
Yeah.
What did you see in that final stretch for Windy City?
Last couple possessions, they could have put up something. Couldn't really put anything together. A couple tip passes out of bounds kind of messed them up. So it is what it is. Just kind of the end of a really just disappointing season overall, at least at home for sure.
And what did you see, G?
I mean, yeah, kind of like what along the lines of what Nick saw. There was a couple times where they had good possessions and they got out some good stretches, but if you ask any basketball fan, they'll say that it's a game of runs. You can put up 16-2 runs within 3 minutes, and then the other team can put up another 15-1, 15-2 run just like that to match up the ball game. So I think that this year was a very developmental year. We obviously saw Matas go down to Hoffman Estates a couple times and play for Windy City, and then look what he's doing now. He's a big rookie sensation for the Bulls, and that's kind of like the ML for Windy City. You got guys like Julian Phillips and Dalen Terry who are on the squad right now that were in the G League 1, 2, 3 years ago. So I think it really shows like the developmental about guys who were picked in the draft that aren't necessarily the Cooper Flagg, aren't, Anthony Davis that are picked like the number 1 overall. But it's a place for guys that are picked maybe higher in the draft or in the second round that they can go and develop their game and then potentially be a part of the roster.
And to be fair, basically none of these guys at the end of the season started at the beginning of the season. They weren't even on the team last year for the majority. So unfortunately, our guy Adama Sanogo got injured midway through and he got cut. I think he'll probably find his way back soon, just because unfortunately he hasn't really developed a jump shot. That's probably his biggest negative. But otherwise, he's just a man among boys, always getting down the double. So that'll probably be the goal for next year.
It's tough when there's a revolving door like that and the names and the faces change. But, of course, like you said, it's developmental. So as long as they're feeding the Bulls and the Bulls are getting better at the Chicago level, that's what the fans want to see. But then also a great environment at the Now Arena, which I thought you guys put on when I was there last Saturday. So kudos to that whole entire production staff. And they had the crowd lively. And despite the record, despite the result of the game, it was a fun time. They also had that card show that was going on the concourse, which was backed by popular demand. So I think everybody got their fill.
They broke the single game, I believe, attendance record in that last game, and then broke the overall season attendance record of about 70,000 plus throughout the entire season. So pretty solid overall.
It's awesome. That's promising. Hey, maybe more to come from the Now Arena in future years then, because I hear that they're looking to try to get a hockey team, but that's all I know. However, we could talk about, you mentioned Cooper Flagg, and we could talk about some more developmental basketball as March Madness is rolling on. As Derek said, you can listen to both of tonight's games right here on AM 1410 WRMN. Unfortunately, the one horse that I think most Chicagoans had in this race was Team Illinois. U of I, and they fell to Kentucky 84-75. That's the 3rd seed Kentucky, so it wasn't an upset. Illinois was the 6th seed. It was kind of to be expected, but yeah, Kentucky, a great program, a tough basketball team, but then they were bounced by Tennessee, an even higher program, the 2nd seed, 78-65. That puts Tennessee up against I think a lot of people's favorites in Houston. But what are you really seeing from this March Madness, G, and who are your picks to click basically here in this tournament?
Well, you say March Madness, and a lot of people have been joking around that this has been the March of less madness because it's honestly lack of madness.
March Madness?
March Madness, maybe? I'm not really sure. But to go on that point, like...
Put it on a shirt.
Yeah, I guess so. Or put it on a hat for Derek. So I honestly, the top 4 seeds for every side of the bracket have gone through, which means none of the lowest 4 seeds, 16 through 13, have been able to make it past the round, 16 through 13. They haven't been able to get past them because the top 4 seeds all won their games in every side of the bracket. There was a couple good games like UC San Diego against Michigan. And then Thursday night, there was that Arkansas and Texas Tech game that was really, really good. Went to overtime, the first overtime in the tournament this year. But yes, it's not been the biggest lack of games, but I think the star power in this tournament and then going into this coming year's draft with guys like Cooper Flagg, with Bailey, this draft class is pretty stacked for the NBA. So the star power is there for the tournament. I just think the games haven't been there, but not to say there's been exciting games these past days, Thursday and Friday in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, so your Elite 8 rosters, it is Auburn, the number 1 seed that Grant was talking about, over Michigan State, the number 2 seed. Obviously no upsets there. Another number 1 seed that Grant was referring to, Duke over Alabama. That's number 2. So no upsets there either. And then when you get into the bottom half of the bracket, that is Florida, the number 1 seed again, versus Texas Tech, the only number 3 seed, but that's as far down as we go as a number 3 seed. And then it's, of course, the matchup that I was talking about. Houston, the number 1 seed, over Tennessee, the number 2 team. So we will see how 2 of those games shake out tonight. I believe there's a 3rd game tomorrow, and then is there one Monday night?
I believe it's just 2 today and 2 tomorrow.
2 today, yeah.
Oh, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Okay. Yeah.
So from my understanding, a lot of analysts were kind of coming in just like this was going to be a chalk March Madness to begin with. So I'll kind of just toss up to you, Grant. Do you think the NCAA has is it lacking that there's no Cinderella story, or is it just because there's good basketball, there's no problem?
Okay, and before you answer that question, for this old guy here, what is chalk?
Chalk is just like the number 1 seed's winning, the top seed winning.
Like you could write it out with any upsets.
That seems to be like the new term for this NCAA.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if the favorites, like the top 3 favorites, are the teams that are like making their way through the tournament and winning the game. So that would be Florida, Auburn, and Duke. Okay. And then you throw along Houston as well. And then you just go down the line of like Michigan State, Texas Tech, whatever you want to do. But chalk basically means like the favorites are winning the tournament. Fair. But I think that, going back to Nick's point, I don't know if it's like sort of lacked this tournament because people are still going to tune into March Madness. It's probably the biggest tournament-wise, and then the second biggest sporting event in my eyes behind the Super Bowl, because I think that a guy like me who doesn't really watch college basketball in November, December, and January then tunes in come February and March to watch the conference championship games and then also the tournament and then the March Madness. So that gets the casual guys in. I think the Cinderella story, it's not really great. I think the biggest one was Arkansas at 10, but you have a legendary coach in Calipari taking that Arkansas team, and you can sort of be like, you didn't really expect it from them, but also you have a Hall of Fame coach at your helm teaching these guys, recruiting guys in, and hey, who knows what UNC football can do this year coming in this fall. So we'll have to see about that, bringing in a Hall of Fame coach like that. But I think the lack of the Cinderella story doesn't hurt the tournament itself, because I think the tournament itself will still bring in fans and viewership. It would be cool to see like a George Mason or a St. Peter's, or even here locally like a Loyola Chicago making their way to the Elite Eight or the Final Four for a chance to win the tournament. But the star power with these guys in the tournament, Broom, Cooper Flagg, everybody you can mention on Florida team, it's fun basketball to watch. If you sit down and watch it, it's really fun basketball to watch. So I think that the tournament itself is still there to bring in viewership. And I think the lack of the Cinderella story, even though it's chalky this season, it's still a great tournament if you just sit down and watch the games.
Cool.
Yeah.
We will continue our madness talk on the other side of this upcoming break. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston, and G. Lead.
Theriault Booth, a leading local law firm, is located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnson operating the board, G Lead on Zoom. And don't forget, at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, it is The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus, Mack, and company.
All right, so we were jumping into March Madness. Of course, we have the final spots as I ran down just before the break there. Auburn versus Michigan, Duke versus Alabama, Florida versus Texas Tech, and Houston versus Tennessee. Grant, who you got? Who you got going all the way this year?
I mean, it would be kind of foolish for me not to say Duke because they are unequivocally probably the best team in this tournament, top to bottom. They got the size, they got the superstar, they got pedigree, obviously, with the years and years of just superstar production out of the team with Coach K and all those years there winning championships there. So it would be hard not to pick Duke in this scenario. But I will say that Florida probably has the best chance out of anybody else, and then Auburn follow that up. I think actually after what we saw out of Alabama this past game, where they put up 25 threes, guys, 25 threes in an NCAA tournament game.
Is that good?
Oh, that's terrific.
Oh, okay, just checking.
That's terrific. I think that they could potentially show something because last year there was a lot of disappointment. They had Miller there. They had a really good team last year, and they kind of just, I don't want to say they missed the mark, but they kind of missed their expectations last year. I think this year they could possibly do something. They got a tough matchup against Duke, who I just said probably will win this game. But I think that Alabama could potentially make an upset if they had that same production. I'm not going to say they're going to hit 25 threes like they did last game, but it should be a good one. But after that, I'm going to say Duke, and then if they don't make it, I'm going to say Florida wins it.
Okay. That's I mean, Florida.
A lot of people are really looking forward to that matchup.
Yeah.
That's going to be the matchup.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
For sure. Well, let's take a look over at the women's side of the bracket, too, just to give them a little bit of love. You still have UCLA going up against LSU and South Carolina going up against Duke. That is a 1-3 matchup and a 1-2 matchup, respectively. So still not a whole lot of upsets on the ladies' side of things. But then when you get down into the bottom half of that bracket, they are still deciding or getting to the Elite Eight there. So that is USC, the number 1 seed there, versus the number 5 seed, Kansas State. And in the other 1 versus 5 matchup, that is Texas versus Tennessee. So some similar names in here on the women's side of things. You then have the 3 versus 2, or the 2 versus 3 matchups on the bottom half of that bracket. That is UConn versus Oklahoma, and TCU versus probably who everybody in the Chicagoland area is still rooting for, being that Illinois has been knocked out. It's Notre Dame. Many people go either way, but I mean, if you're looking at a team that's close in proximity, has some cool colors in the green or in the blue and gold, and also, you know, there's a lot of Irish people out here, myself included. Let's go Irish, right? But we'll see if Notre Dame can get the job done against a very tough Horned Frogs team. The women's side of things, though, still mostly chalk. We'll see if that changes here in the bottom half of the bracket. Maybe Kansas, Tennessee can pull some upsets. Like I said, everybody around here probably rooting for Notre Dame to pull an upset, and then Oklahoma as well. But no, you're not a Notre Dame guy?
Nah.
Okay.
Thank you for saying what I was thinking, Nick.
Yeah, with college, it's different. It's not as much about proximity. It's about, you know, who's your team, who do you back, who do you like. But I don't know. How do you not like Notre Dame? It's a beautiful campus.
It is a very beautiful campus, especially with Touchdown Jesus. And, you know, I've got a picture in front of it. You know, I have a couple of close family friends that went to Notre Dame, taught at Notre Dame. Nothing against that. I just can't stand Notre Dame because for the life of me, for all my 49 years, you've got people shoving Notre Dame down my throat. It's like saying that the Dallas Cowboys are still America's team. They were never my team. Okay.
Grow up, join a conference. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, but then they're not going to get, you know, then they would have to split the $20 million that they get, you know, for making it to the championship game or whatever games that they're making.
Yeah. I'm just a fan of the gold, especially, you know me, I'm the hockey guy.
Yeah, you're also Italian.
When they wear those gold buckets, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, when they wear those gold buckets on the ice,
and it's still sauce.
You know, well, in hockey, yes, but no, but yeah. So, Grant, I know you've been more focused on the men's side of things, but who could you possibly see moving on in the women's tournament and taking it all this year? We've seen in the past couple of years a bunch of names that have now gone to the WNBA, especially coming out of South Carolina and LSU. But, I mean, here in Chicago, they're already at the pro level. So I don't know what they still have in the tank to get things done here.
Yeah, it's tougher with the women's bracket because last year's bracket, I mean, I was just talking about star power in the men's bracket this year. Last year for the women's bracket, it was probably the biggest star power you had with Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, you name it, they're on the list. But surprise, surprise, I'll probably go chalk again because I don't know how you're going to stop South Carolina. Dawn Staley's crew is one of the best in all of college basketball history. I'll put them up with Tennessee in the run they had back in the day. That's how good they are. And I mean, it's still chalky, absolutely. I still will say South Carolina. USC was one of the bigger teams as well that could possibly make a run for the championship. I think it's just going to be tough with their girl Juju out now with a torn ACL, so she's going to be out for the rest of the tournament, and come draft time she might be out for the start of the season for the WNBA, so it might be tougher that way.
I got you. We were laughing at, we were making sure this guy didn't back into Nick Johnston's car over here outside the studio.
And that guy out there would be the one, the only Marcus Mack from The Truth About Chicago Sports. But are you going to stick around for the entire show, G?
No, I gotta go.
No, you gotta go. Okay, thank you for making your appearance. That is Grant Leader from the Divided Podcast. Thank you for jumping on.
Thanks, buddy.
Also, don't forget, we will be carrying the Chicago White Sox game starting at 12:30, followed by more March Madness, Florida versus Texas Tech, starting at 5:30, Duke and Alabama after that. This is the On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Nick Johnston, and G Lead.
Bye, Grant. I'll see ya.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Attention all sports fans. Get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit chisportsjournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit chisportsjournal.com today.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston on the board. At the top of the hour is Marcus Mack with the truth about Chicago sports.
Well, it was a great week for both also the White Sox. Maybe not so much the Cubs. They did get a win in there.
I'm going to say no.
The Bulls for sure.
Yes.
But the Blackhawks, it has been very, very tough. The Blackhawks.
So what you're saying is they got scalped yet again?
Pretty much.
Probably shouldn't say that, right?
That's probably not good. But the Blackhawks, they lost on Saturday after we jumped off the microphone. That was a 4-1 loss to those pesky St. Louis Blues that have had the Blackhawks number all year long. They take the season series. The Blackhawks only got 1 point against this Blues team in their 3 matchups, and that was the shootout game that they lost right before the Four Nations break. This time it was Robert Thomas, Alexei Topchenko, Nathan Walker, and Zach Bolduc adding those 4 tallies for the Blues. But the biggest news coming out of this game was the fact that Pat Maroon was announcing his retirement after this season in his hometown of St. Louis. So he got to do it with a team that he won a Stanley Cup with. And unfortunately, he didn't get the result he wanted to that night, but did get a chance to get a little physical with the Blues and throw his weight around like he usually does. He had a quote in there saying that he always played as hard as he could and played in between the whistles. And I'm paraphrasing there, but that was the type of player Pat Maroon is. And let's hope he still continues to play some roller hockey because he is a big roller hockey advocate and goes around playing in a bunch of Miha tournaments and you name it. He loves having skates on his feet despite not being in the NHL after this season.
Miha?
Miha Midwest Inline Hockey Association. I believe is what it stands for. So
I'll take your word for it.
Ryan Donato was furious in this game, though, as well as there was another missed call against the Blackhawks. This time it was against Donato. You saw Donato go to the bench, slam his stick into the boards. He fell down while doing it, and the stick broke. But then he got right back up, walked into the bench, and proceeded to demolish the rest of what was left of the stick shaft.
Did he get a 10-minute misconduct?
Nope, but guess what? If it was Connor Bedard, probably would have been a 10-minute misconduct.
Okay, just checking.
Just saying. But you know what my issue is? And I went on this rant last week about the whole Bedard not getting calls, the Blackhawks not getting calls.
Oh, I was just curious. You have more than one issue?
My other issue is, so the referees are not giving the Blackhawks calls. It's blatantly obvious at this point. The officiating has not been consistent, and I don't want to be the typical sports fan that blames the refs. But when it's this bad, it's bad. What I have issue with on top of this is the fact that the coaching staff on Anders Sorensen is not fighting for this team at all. I can understand if there is an incident, and it's happened a few times, especially in this Blues game, where the Blackhawks, maybe didn't deserve the call, maybe because they had done something as well. There was an incident where, we'll get to it, Connor Bedard was on the ground with a stick in his midsection against against the Devils, I believe, in that game.
Why would the refs possibly want to call that?
And he's getting cross-checked over and over and over again while he's on the ice. Now, I understand.
Why?
I can understand if
Isn't that legal?
If the referees want to blow the whistle and take both players, because Connor Bedard was kind of holding the stick in the midsection a little bit longer. But guess what? Why is the stick in the midsection in the first place? Because it's a hook. Why is Connor Bedard on the ice now? Because that hook took him down. Why is Connor Bedard in a position where he's getting cross-checked in a vulnerable position and there's no call?
They were just showing
unbelievable. That's unbelievable. And the fact that Anders Sorensen doesn't call one of the referees over, I understand certain coaches are not of the mindset of screaming their head off on the bench. But if you don't pull an official over and get an explanation for that, what are you doing? You're just a fence post on the bench.
Yeah, there needs to be a straw that breaks the camel's proverbial back on this one.
I mean,
because we've seen it all season long. Connor Bedard has been a punching bag. He's been a stick holder. He's been, basically getting kicked while he's, down on the ice, metaphorically speaking. But, and for Connor Bedard to get 2 back-to-back 10-minute misconducts in consecutive games, I think that's his frustration level. And granted, we didn't see anything wrong with how he got those 10-minute misconducts. There was really no idea how or what he said to get those 10-minute misconducts in those games. But you got to stick up for your franchise player. And make no mistake about it, Connor Bedard is the Chicago Blackhawks franchise player. This is the dude that you are building your team around. Sack up and have this dude's back.
Yeah, honestly. And I understand that Sorensen is more of a developmental coach from Rockford, but that doesn't mean you can't also be a coach that calls a referee over. There was a quote that came out of the locker room this past week from Anders Sorensen that said, well, you have to respect the referees and you have to earn their respect and stuff like that. No, I'm sorry, but no. There shouldn't be, we have to earn the referee's respect. The referee's job is to go out there and officiate the game.
The street goes both ways.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
And the street goes both ways. You don't have to respect an official. Now, I'm not saying to go and do anything violent towards an official, but you don't have to respect an official if they make the wrong calls, if they're not doing their job. And that's what's been happening for the last couple months for this Blackhawks team, really.
You give as good as you get. If you're going to get respect, or you need to give respect, in my opinion, to get respect. Yeah. And that's what needs to happen. And for Sorensen, I know he's the interim head coach for the Blackhawks, but in order to really, and at this point of the season, it really doesn't matter, which is why I say go off. Go get that bench minor. Get the bench misconduct. Get tossed out of the freaking game. Have your players' backs.
Yeah, and I mean, you're really only on this Blackhawks coaching staff for maybe 10 more games. They're most likely going to pull in another coach with some NHL experience, or at least a better I don't know, I don't want to say tenure because then that sounds like NHL experience as well. But I know the only reason I'm saying that is because I know David Carl is in the running and he's only coached college, World Juniors, but he has the pedigree. So, I mean, take what you have in these last 10 games of being a coach at the NHL level and get what you can out of it to show that you can be that guy. Anders Sorensen has not shown that he can be that guy. He's not fighting for his players. And the veterans, like Nick Foligno, the captain, when your coach isn't fighting for you, you kind of just look back at the bench like, okay, should I as the captain take matters into my own hands? Should I go argue with the referees? Should I go? And then on top of it, you've got Connor Bedard then, who probably wouldn't get a 10-minute misconduct for supposedly saying something to a referee if he felt that his voice was being heard by his coach and his captain, and those things were being brought to the referees and the officials in the first place. I'm not knocking Nick Foligno. Nick Foligno's just kind of staying in line. But hey, if the leadership group of this Hawks team can't get to that level, then I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't. And even Nathan McKinnon had some comments about Connor Bedard despite those 10-minute misconducts. He said, quote, he's a 19-year-old kid and he's close to a point per game. I'd have killed for that when I was 19. I had like 30 points. He's doing great. So Bedard, despite the frustration, is still performing at a high level and where you expect him to be. Then you play a tough Vancouver team that is fighting for a playoff spot. I mean, of course things are going to get chippy. I have no issue with Connor Bedard stepping in to defend his teammates. I have an issue with teammates and coaching staff not defending teammates.
Can I play devil's advocate quickly for Sorensen, if that's the case?
Yeah, yeah.
So again, maybe he does see the writing on the wall as well. Maybe he sees like, okay, maybe I only have 10 games here. Do you think he's not trying to, poke the bear in the sense that, I want to play ball. I want other teams to see that I can, I'm not going to be the hot-headed head coach or just be on another coaching staff. I don't want to, toe that line. Is there something in the back of his mind like that?
Well, it's possible, but I'll go back into the fact that you should at least call an official over. You don't have to be the hothead, but you call an official over. Hey, can you explain that one to me? I'm not understanding why you made this call.
Okay,
or why
so
you
he's just missing basically the small fundamentals of being a head
You got to
coach.
show that you're trying to have some rapport with the officials after calls get missed like that. Maybe you challenge something later on in the game. I mean, there's multiple different vehicles in which you could get that message across, and yet it's not happening.
And kind of piggybacking piggybacking on Nick Foligno, he has been probably one of the best, brightest spots, in my opinion, as far as the leadership roles go this season, because he's had everyone's back. He's been willing to throw down when players have gotten taken advantage of for the Blackhawks. He's also been willing to throw down while the Blackhawks' momentum and everything has been lackluster in games. So that's, props to Foligno.
Yeah.
And we will talk a little bit more Blackhawks after these short break. You're listening to On the Rise, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast to Coast right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston on the board. Go ahead, Mike.
And we got a little bit more Blackhawks here to run through as we were kind of wrapping up that St. Louis game. I did want to mention that there was that weird 3-tip and a post goal for the Blues. So once again, the puck luck just not going the Blackhawks' way, as that was like a pinball just up in the air, came down, found its way into the back of the net behind. I believe that was Arvid Soderblom in net for that game, but if it wasn't, it might have been Spencer Knight. But regardless, the Blackhawks don't get out of St. Louis unscathed, especially when you tie in the fact that Jason Dickinson, he got a wrist injury. It was announced later that he will be out for the rest of the season, which is really tough for him. I mean, he had a career year last year, a little bit slower of a pace this year, but then to have his season cut a little bit short towards the end here, I'm sure that's no fun for him. But Sunday, the Blackhawks came back home. It was one of their best day ever celebration events, which meant it was practically a sold-out barn, and they were giving away a Connor Bedard card pin giveaway, I think it was. And then it was against the Flyers, who have been a struggling team. In fact, they just fired John Tortorella. However, the Blackhawks, they must have knew that the new Chicago Bears head coach Ben Johnson was in attendance, because they put up a touchdown, a 7-4 victory over those Flyers, and man, was it a scoring fest in the first period. 3 goals from each team. Connor Bedard gets his 20th on the season, but then it's the second period that the Blackhawks really took off. Another 3 goals there. Tyler Bertuzzi, Ryan Donato, and Ryan Donato again. So he came close with 2 in this one, both of those being on the power play. But Lucas Reichel caps things off with the 7th goal, and the Blackhawks win this one 7-4. Another injury struck the Blackhawks, though, when Colton Dock was leaving the game, but he was back on the ice for practice on Tuesday, so that was a good sign. That led into Wednesday's game, in which the Blackhawks, well, they really couldn't hang with a Devils team who also is riddled with injuries. The Devils are still the Devils. It was Nathan Bastian, Dawson Mercer, Anze Palat, Dawson Mercer again, and Stefan Nason, who seals the deal with an empty netter. Meanwhile, it's Frank Nazar, Ilya Mikheyev, who scored for the Blackhawks. But the first goal, Tyler Bertuzzi's goal on the power play, only happened because rookie defensive sensation Artem Levshunov dives for a puck to keep it in at the blue line and just stick it over to one of his teammates. So an incredible play I just wanted to make mention of there. But it was another rookie, well, kind of a rookie, getting his opportunity last night against the Golden Knights, as the Blackhawks have recalled Kevin Korchinski for a few games here to round out the season. He'll probably go back down to Rockford for the playoffs.
I remember him.
But Kevin Korchinski finally getting his opportunity once again at the NHL level. The Blackhawks started out well with a Ryan Donato goal, but Mark Stone and Victor Olofsson responded to that in the second period. But it was Donato that got the Blackhawks leveled up again with his second of the game. And then not too long after that, in fact, it was just 15 seconds after that, and Ryan Donato caps off his first career hat trick.
Joke with him, hey, there's still plenty of runway left. 30 is definitely reachable. He's only 3 away. 9 games left after tonight.
And it's more than just scoring as well. There's a lot of aspects of his game that have been put. Here we go.
They're coming in. Donato scores! It's a hat trick! Ryan Donato! He does it again, and the Hawks take the lead. First career hat trick for Donato.
Session, and that's the adversity that the Hawks have been challenged with this year.
Yeah, sounds like they did not expect Donato to go back-to-back in 15 seconds. So that was pretty sweet. I mean, you actually had Gene Honda announcing the goals, his second goal scored, and then, 15 seconds later.
That was how my Nihil broadcasts at the United Center were, because you never knew when Gene Honda was jumping in there. But yes, you heard the call from the CHSN broadcast there, and that was incredible. Ryan Donato's first career hat trick. He now has 28 goals on the season. He leads the team. Who would have seen that coming? Ryan Donato having a career year like that. Bedard gets his 37th assist. But really, the big news from that was the fact that Connor Bedard pulling a puck through his legs and then turning around to give that pass to Ilya Mikheyev, and Mikheyev sends it backdoor for Ryan Donato.
Yeah, that was a pretty play.
The Blackhawks could not keep the lead as Ryan Donato scores the lone 3 goals for the Blackhawks, and they fall 5-3 once again, an empty netter that seals the deal. So keeping it close, but not close enough.
Yeah, the more that things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, so the injured list, Alec Martinez, of course, is still out. Colton Dock, and as we mentioned, Jason Dickinson, who will be out for the rest of the season. The upcoming schedule for the Blackhawks, they'll be playing Utah tomorrow at 3 at home. That's on ESPN+. Wednesday will be against Colorado at home. Nathan McKinnon comes back to town at 8:30 p.m. That's on TNT, True TV, and Max. And then the Blackhawks are on the road next Friday in Washington to face Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals. And that Ovi goal tracker, he is getting close. Last I saw, he was 6 away. Yeah, still 6 goals away in order to surpass the record. He could do it against the Blackhawks.
I wouldn't be surprised.
In Washington at his home barn.
That'll be 4 goals.
Next Friday at 6 p.m. on NHL Network. I was not at that Sunday Blackhawks game because I was actually covering on behalf of WRMN the Chicago Stars FC, the women's soccer team. They were going up against the Houston Dash. Unfortunately, they lost that game 2-1, and we got a chance to hear from Lauren Donaldson, the head coach, as well as B. Franklin, rookie B. Franklin, on her first career assist. To end the season, and then you fall into the 8th spot. You have to play that same Orlando team again to start the season, then a tough one here. What's it really going to take to get back into that winning culture and take that next step forward?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I just think it's a great question. I mean, I think our mentality has to be right. And we have to understand that we can win pretty or we can win ugly. I thought tonight, was going to be one of those now when it started, whatever. It's going to end ugly. And I didn't think we were ugly enough to get it done, especially people slipping and sliding. So we have to find a way to win in different situation, and we have to get the winning mentality back into us. I think we have lost a little bit of our bite, and we have to get that back. I mean, it's an attitude thing. We have to get that back, that grit, that bite, that determination, and that self-belief that, okay, we can get it done. I don't think we believe in ourselves right now. We have to be better, including the coaches. All of us got to be better.
And ladies, towards the end of the match, the weather kind of got a little nippy there, but the crowd stayed with you. What does it mean that the fans were still pretty loud towards the end?
Yeah, we're very thankful to our fans sticking it out with a tough rainstorm, things like that. And I think we just want to do better for them. They give us a lot of support, and they deserve to get some big wins. So we're gonna give them to them.
So as you heard, the Chicago Stars still in search of their first win. They will play Racing Louisville FC tomorrow, and our correspondent, our sports director, Marcus Mack, will be at the game. That's a 3 p.m. kickoff. I will be at the Chicago Fire game tonight, checking on their squad. They are currently, I believe, 3-1-1 on the season, so they're doing pretty well. I'll have more Fire news for you next week, and also some more AHL news, as we didn't get a chance to get to it today, but the Wolves playing the Ice Hogs, and could it be an AHL Calder Cup playoff preview? So that'll be great.
Well, the number 4 seed going against the number 5 seed for the play-in tourney to get to the tournament, to get to the dance, to get to the AHL dance. Just want to remind everyone that the Chicago White Sox pregame will be coming up at 12:30 today, followed by a 1:05 start, I believe. They will be taking on the Los Angeles Angels. And then followed by the White Sox, followed after the White Sox, it will be Florida versus Texas Tech for the NCAA tourney continues. Then Duke and Alabama. For Mike Napoletano, myself, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston on the board. Thank you for Grant Leader to come in. The Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack is up next. Have a great and happy Saturday.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent. and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is The Truth About Chicago Sports, here with Marcus Mack hosting, along with my co-host, brother Blake Cowell. Welcome to another edition. I know everyone loves to hear my opening tune from the band Zamas, so let's just give them a little taste to keep this show fired up the way it normally starts out. And yes, indeed, let's go. It is another fine Saturday here in the Fox Valley area. Studio 14, Elgin, Illinois, WRMN 1410. Let's go. Brother Blake, what is going on, my friend? It is another beautiful Saturday to talk sports.
Yeah, you threw me. You caught me by surprise with no intro music. I was sitting back in my chair, and you threw me off. But
yeah. I know. I'm like, let's do this the right way. It took me a second to find when my clip was out of the board. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, we gotta do this the right way. Get this music kicked off.
We're juiced up and ready to go now. That we have plenty to talk about.
Oh my goodness!
Excited as every week.
You know, there's so much that's going on big time. We're obviously going to have the great Sophia Blackburn come and join us at the bottom of the hour. We're going to talk Blackhawks with her. I mean, man, we've got so much juicy stuff on the table. We've got Cubs. We've got Blackhawks. I mean, we got Cubs, we got White Sox, we got Bears, we got Bulls. I mean, where do we want to start? You know what? The people always love when we bring the energy with a little baseball. And we might have to even continue this segment even after we talk a little Blackhawks with the great Sophia Blackburn. But yeah, why don't we just get it kicked off and where it all started, which was the baseball season kicked off on Thursday right here on this station, WRMN 1410, as we carried the game for the Fox Valley area, and it was awesome way to start the season. We had the pregame show that I hosted along with the Derrick, who came and joined us from On the Rise, the show that starts before us 8 to 10 every Saturday. Give this guys a little plug, a little love. And it was an awesome event. And then we got a great victory to start out the season. The Chicago Cubs went and opened up later on that night to start their season. It wasn't their home opener, but it started the season, and then they kicked it off with a victory. And the Bulls had one of the most amazing victories on years. Definitely one of the top finishes of the NBA season, as they defeated the Lakers with a breathtaking game buzzer beater by Josh Giddey. Shot it from half court, nothing but net. Oh my goodness, it was just absolute craziness and excitement in the air, and this is what we love. This is what it's all about. It's, as Chicago fans, right, we try to, like I said, we try to keep it positive, but it's hard when it's nothing to be positive about. And we got a taste of what that could feel like in just a small little vacuum. It might not be there all season, Blake. It might not, but I'll tell you what, on Thursday, we got a sweet taste. And I thought it just felt so good to have that feeling of victories all around for our Chicago sports franchises. And, with everything that's happening with the Bears right now and all the excitement going on there, man, I'll tell you what, if the Blackhawks had a little bit more cooking, this town would be on fire, baby. Talk to me. What's going on with those Cubs? And then we'll transition to the White Sox. Apologize.
Yeah, no worries. Man, these Cubs, they're 1-3 now. On Thursday was their first domestic home opener against the Diamondbacks, and they did win 10-6. A lot of offense. Justin Steele wasn't his sharpest. He was a little shaky. But when your team scores 10 runs, you don't really need to be perfect. And that's what the Cubs did on Thursday night, getting Miguel Amaya, their catcher, who struggled a lot last season. But if Cubs fans remember, he made a little tweak to his swing where he eliminated that leg kick and went to more of like a stepping toward the pitcher. And since then, he's been on fire, and he's carried it over into this season, which has been amazing to see. You know, he bats in that 9 spot in the Cubs order. And if they can get the level of offense that he's provided since like last August, if they can get that at the bottom half of their order, the Cubs offense should be churning. Now, something to notice with that was last night when Miguel Amaya didn't play. Now, Carson Kelly caught Jameson Taillon. Neither did well. Carson Kelly came up in a big spot in the bottom of the second inning with 2 runners on and less than 2 outs, and he grounded out to the shortstop, leading to a run being cut down at the plate. Jameson Taillon wasn't sharp either, though. He only went 4 1/3. 4 1/3, gave up 6 earned runs and 1 strikeout. I mean, listen, we were talking about it all offseason. Is if there was one thing that this Cubs team scared me, it was going to be their starting rotation and the lack of elite depth, because in the MLB, adding that top of the line front starting rotation is always going to be beneficial. It's always going to put teams up on a pedestal. And when your 3 starter goes out in his first game and struggles the way he did, I'm not going to overreact. But again, I will acknowledge, Jameson Taillon, the older he gets, the less he becomes a 3-star and the more he becomes a 4. That could be a cause of concern. Now, the Diamondbacks are a good team. I don't want to get it twisted. When I was watching the game last night, I was giving a lot of credit to some of these hitters. Eugenio Suarez had 2 home runs and 4 RBIs, a known Cubs killer. But they also have other guys like Ketel Marte, who finished 3rd in the MVP voting last year, as well as guys like Corbin Carroll. So that team is loaded with talent. I really said at the start of this series that they can find a split in this series, especially on the road, especially this earlier in the season. That would be ideal. They have Shota Imanaga going tonight, arguably our best pitcher, going against Brandon Pfaadt, who just got paid 5 years, $45 million. So should be a good pitching matchup tonight again. And the Cubs got to lean on Shota, really got to lean on him. But they got to put up some offense as well. Only scoring 1 run's just not going to do it.
Yeah, then like you said, they're playing the Diamondbacks tonight, 7 o'clock. 7:10 actually is going to be first pitch, and you're definitely hoping for some type of bounce back. But here's my concern right away. I know it's only 4 games, but with those 4 games, my concern has been the amount of runs that have been scored against the Cubs. Offense comes, offense goes, and especially this early in the season, I don't expect bats to stay hot, but you shouldn't need 10 runs to get a victory. And even in that victory, they gave up 6 runs. In the Dodgers, they first game 4 runs, second game 6 runs. Now you give up 6 runs again to a Diamondbacks team. Yeah, they're good, but you were winning. You were winning very handedly, and yet they still found the way to put 6 runs on you. Concerning. Then that's followed by a 8-1 beatdown. Not good to start the season. That's not a good look. That's definitely signals to me pitching issues. It's good to see that we got a preview with that win, that when the bats are clicking, this is what it needs to look like. Ian Happ going 2 for 5. Kyle Tucker got a hit, but that hit was a big hit in the gap, which was important. Suzuki got a hit. Bush, 2 hits. Swanson was 0 for 5. You can get past that, though, if you're getting production like a 2 for 4 from a Horner that game, a 1 for 4 from Armstrong, a 1 for 4 from Shaw, and then, like you said, Amaya had a huge 2 for 5. And that's, I don't think that that's necessarily the given blueprint, but it is a blueprint. Now, will that always produce 10 runs out of that type of production? No, but that type of production I feel is going to be key for the Cubs if they want to make this serious playoff push, because clearly pitching is not there right now. Could it come? Should it come as the season progresses? We hope so. I'm not sure though, because there's no like we discussed, there's not a real horse in the stable. They've got some good ponies, but There's a reason that they tried to get the young kid that went to the Dodgers, and I don't want to butcher his name. Roki. There's a reason that they were after Roki. There's a reason that even though it was a laughable entertainment, it still was put out there. They did try to make a run at Ohtani. How serious it really got, I don't know. But, they did want him for a reason. And it wasn't his bat would have been great, but they were looking at the pitching aspect. The Cubs need a stud still in that bullpen, and they don't have it yet in their rotation. I mean, it's not doom and gloom.
Can play that.
It's not doom and gloom. It's not doom and gloom, but it's pause for concern, especially if Steele doesn't rise to the occasion. If Jameson, like you said, Talion doesn't rise to the occasion. Now you're throwing all this pressure back, on guys that it shouldn't fall to, and now you're trying to hope that Imanaga can try to give you a 20 plus win season to try to carry some of this rotation. I don't think that that's fair. So, it's put up or shut up. They're going to need Steele. They're going to need Talion. They're going to need those two guys specifically to step up and really, help guide this team and be able to get at least 5 to 6 innings out of them. And then that bullpen from there is going to need to, hey, you can't give up 6 runs and when you put up 10. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. That's shaky.
Yeah.
That's still shaky baseball. You had 10 runs, you should have shut the door on them. Arizona did it to them. Arizona jumped up there. You didn't see the Cubs put 4 runs or 5 runs. No, they got the door slammed on them. That's what you do when you jump up big.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And one thing, we talk about not having, we got a lot of ponies in the stables, no horses, and that reverts back to the point that I made last week of, the Cubs will be successful this year if they're truly going to be a good team, which I still think they can. This first month, I'm not going to draw too many
and we know they open up slow. We know the Cubs open up slow.
Yeah, when the Cubs really heat up, it is June, July when the weather heats up. This has been going on since I started really covering the team since like 2014 when I first started writing about the Cubs. It doesn't take till June or July where they really start heating up. But here's the thing too with this Cubs team: for them to be super successful, they have to win on the margins. I'm going to say it so much over the course of the season on this show, the listeners are going to get sick of it. They got to win on the margins. They got to play good defense. And that's what they did on Thursday night. And they played good defense last night too. They got to play good defense. They can't run into outs on the bases. They got they got to manufacture runs. They had 2 stolen bases last night. There was a point in the game where PCA got on base when they were down 1. And what did he do? He got picked off because he got a little jumpy on the bases because that dude is a demon on the bases. He loves to steal them. But again, you can't get thrown out on the bases. You got to take the good with the bad with PCA.
Yes.
And we saw a little bit of the bad. It is like with Tim Anderson too, and even Starlin Castro. When those young players come up and they have that flair and they have that moxie, they're gonna do some things that make you want to beat your head against a brick wall. But they're gonna do a lot more exciting. And we just saw a tad bit of the bad yesterday, but we also saw a lot of the good. PCA had an opposite field RBI double last night. Drove it to the other field, put 2 guys in scoring positions. And again, that's what I was mentioning earlier. Carson Kelly comes up and grounds out to the shortstop, which led to an out at the plate. Would have loved to have Miguel Amaya in that position just for how hot he's been and how dangerous he's been. But I suspect him to be playing tonight. He catches Shota Imanaga, so should have him back in the lineup. And again, I'm a huge storyline early in this season for Cubs fans to watch. Can Miguel Amaya ascend to being, I'm not just saying a superstar, but being a good base level catcher in Major League Baseball? Because if you look around at some of the teams that have good catching options that can catch every day, their offense is pretty good as well. And like last year, that catcher spot for the Cubs when it was Amaya and Yan Gomes, that was an automatic out in our lineup every time for the first 3 or 4 months of the season. But now when that 9-hole comes up and you go, oh, sweet, we got one of our best hitters up, that's a good feeling to have. So early this season, keep an eye on Miguel Amaya because I think that he's going to keep continuing to hit how good he did last season. If he does that, this Cubs offense could get rolling. It could get rolling, but again, it's still early. The Diamondbacks are good. Let's get a split. Let's win tonight, and let's keep it rolling into next week.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Let's keep it rolling into next week indeed. Switching gears, we had on the south side, they opened up their season opener against the Angels. They had probably one of the biggest shockers to start the season. Now, the funny part about it, lifetime, the White Sox are actually above 500 in opening games. I believe it was like going into that game 62-61 lifetime in opening games. So the White Sox actually played pretty well to open the season. And they continue with that trend. When they faced the Angels, they jumped out on them early, and then just the bats exploded to put them away, 8-1. They get to go for their second game, which is going to be today. We're going to be broadcasting that here once again on WRMN 1410. First pitch will be at 1:10 p.m. Pre-game show will be at 12 o'clock. Following right here on the Truth About Chicago Sports, I believe Chief on the Guard will play for about 30, and then after that, it's going to switch over to the pre-game show. So make sure you stay tuned to this station after the Truth About Chicago Sports goes off at noon, because we're still going to be carrying Chicago White Sox baseball. But I was very impressed, Blake. I was very impressed because, this team clearly, they had we got nothing to lose mentality to open this season. And that's exactly the way it should have been. That's the way I wanted it to be, where they just, hey, you know what? We ain't got nothing to lose, man. We had a horrific season last year. We're not guaranteed nothing this year. Everybody's picking us to be horrific again. And instead, we just got a complete tails flip of the script where Sean Burke, people were literally going, who? Sean who? To start the season. He's the opening starter. Who is Sean? But I mean, people were literally questioning who's this guy on the roster. And he goes out there and he pitched 6 masterful innings for the White Sox, struck out 3, gave up no runs, and only allowed 3 hits. Just a masterpiece on the mound. And I think that really made this team it was that juice. They saw that this kid came out and was bringing it, and it's like, you know what? Heck yeah, let's do this. And all of a sudden, the bat started firing off. And we got production from the guys that you're going to need production from for this White Sox team to make some noise. You got good production at the top of the order. Luis Roberts Jr. reminded people that, yes, he is still an all-star and he can play. Vargas opened up beautifully, 2 for 4. Benintendi had a big bomb as well, which is what you want from him. Vaughn was 0 for 4, which I hope is a bounce back today, because I really feel they're going to need Andrew Vaughn to be a very productive player for this team to make any type of noise in the season, whatever that is. Like I said, the expectations are low. No one's saying playoffs. We're just begging for 60 wins if possible. Give us a mid-50. That's cool too, But we just don't want what happened last year. And so it was nice to see guys like Sosa, Lee, Maya at shortstop, Taylor. They all got hits. They were all out there in the field just having fun. And that's, man, it was so much just downside on the south side. I'm just so happy to see these young kids have fun. I was happy to see the fans have fun. I'm a fan. I was having fun. Let's continue this. I mean, and like I said, this team is not special. They come out today and get mollywopped by the Angels. But I say throw caution to the wind again. Just go for it. And you don't, hey, whatever happens, happens, right? Nobody's expecting anything from you. And that's why I just feel like when you're playing with house money like this, you gotta take your shot. And I hats off to the Sox, and I'm hoping they can continue to shock everybody, including myself. They're gonna have Jonathan Cannon on the mound today going against Jose Soriano, both 2 right-handers, and Cannon definitely one of the guys that we need to keep our eye on. He's one of the young studs. A lot of expectation out of him in the rotation. He could turn into said horse, but we still have to see. So the ball will be in his hand today, and I'm hoping we can get some fireworks, Blake.
Don't ever apologize for having fun. And that's what I will tell White Sox fans across the board, including yourself. We had Mikey P in the stands, too, having some fun himself. Don't apologize for having fun, because if you're watching sports and you're always doom and gloom, at least in my opinion, why are you even watching? You know, and that's what the White Sox did. They come out on opening day. They stick it to the Angels, who probably aren't going to have a good season themselves. And the White Sox are 1-0. I made the joke in our group chat. They're the best team in town. And, hey, at the end of the season, if they are the best team in town,
that's
maybe the
crazy.
White Sox,
that'll be crazy.
Either they had a really good season or the Cubs also had a really bad season. I hope it's not the latter, but I won't apologize for the White Sox having fun themselves. Fun young team. I wanted to ask you, too, White Sox fans booing Yoan Moncada.
Yes.
Is that a fair or a foul move?
Oh, it's totally fair.
In your eyes?
No, it's totally fair. You heard them cheer Tim Anderson, so that tells you right there it's not because he went to another team. It has nothing to do with it. He was a massive, massive disappointment for the Chicago White Sox. And if I'm correct, I'm almost certain they traded for him. If I'm correct, it was either him or the other guy that was always injured. I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head, but I believe they traded for him. Yeah, they did, because he was on the Boston Red Sox. He was a part of that Chris Sales trade. I am correct about that. He was a part of that Chris Sales trade. He was supposed to be
the headliner.
He was supposed to be a guy that was going to come in here and help power this organization. And let me tell you what we got from him from 2017 to 2024. We got 231 batting average, 2017, 235 batting average in 2018. Then in 2019, it clicked. He played in 132 games, 315. He got, let's see, I'm looking at the home runs, 25 home runs. It was his most productive season ever as a White Sox, and he would never see that again. 225 the next year, got injured, only played 52 games, played 144 games the following season, 2021, batted 263, 12 home runs. The following year, 104 games, 212 batting average. Following year, injured again, 2023, 92 games, 260 batting average. 2024, 12 games. 12 games. Yeah, there's a reason he got booed, because there was the expectations did not meet up at all, and the desire to want to let the expectations meet up were pathetic. I felt as well. It should have been more, and we got zero, and then he limped out of the organization. He limped out of the organization. So yeah. The boos are totally fair.
Hey, staying on business. I asked about. I see the highlights, and I don't watch a ton of stuff.
Oh, and it was Eloy Jimenez is the other guy I was thinking. I was thinking about Eloy Jimenez. That was the other Mr. Bubble Wrap.
Yeah. No. Hey, staying on business. Back in the day when that Sox trade happened, that's why I'm drawing minor comparisons to when they traded Chris Sale, and then they bring in this huge package. And what do you know? They trade Chris, or then they trade their guy Garrett Crochet to the same team, the Boston Red Sox, and they get this package back. Kyle Teal being the headliner of that one, which I think I saw yesterday. He had a home run as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that package to this package, two AL Cy Young level pitchers that the White Sox developed themselves in Chris Sale and Garrett Crochet, trade them to the same team, the Boston Red Sox. Those packages come back.
You got nothing the first time
from Chris Sale, and hopefully the second one is a little different, which it seems like at this point. How could it get much worse? So something to look forward to. But I saw them booing Moncada and was like, I'm about to ask my Sox friends about that on Saturday. So hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't come out there and put on this spectacle and this Look, man, White Sox fans, we'll keep it real with you, okay? And we appreciate and we know the people that show up and actually come to bring it, and those are the people we appreciated. T.A. was a wonderful player and was beloved in this town, and he cared about winning, and he wanted to win with the Sox, and it didn't work out, and that happens sometimes. But that's why he got cheered when he walked onto the plate, because the respect was there, the respect for his work ethic, the respect that he had for the town and the organization. It went hand in hand. Moncada pulled down his proverbial trousers and poo-pooed on this organization for years. And that's why he got booed. When we get back, we will be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn. We're going to talk some Blackhawks. That's right. We're going to talk, they say Blackhawks. Yeah, we're talking some Blackhawks out there. And we're also going to get into some NCAA tournament. We're going to talk some Chicago Bulls. We're going to talk some Bears as well as here on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. Let's go.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Looking to set sail on your dream vacation? Cruises International has you covered. Specializing in land and sea getaways, they're here to make your vacation unforgettable. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, they offer personalized service with a global network of specialists to ensure your trip is tailor-made just for you. Call today at 800-255-7447 to speak with a cruise and vacation expert. And don't miss Travel Tuesdays on WRMN AM 1410 every first Tuesday of the month from 11 to 12 p.m. on Out to Lunch. That's Cruises International. Your vacation, your way.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. I'm joined by my co-host, Blake Cowell, and we're kicking off another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. And we are now joined by the one, the only, the great Sophia Blackburn. Welcome to the show again, Sophia.
Yes, thanks for having me again.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, yes. And guess what I got to do last night, Sophia?
What did you get to do?
I got to watch the Blackhawks on TV. I got to watch the Blackhawks on TV. Oh, man, it felt so good. I broke down. I found me a streaming service because I refused to get a cable box. The antenna doesn't work for me. I live out in the boonies. And I broke down and I found the place, Fubo TV. And I don't care what anybody thinks about Fubo. They got me my Blackhawks. I watched the Bulls the night before. I watched the Sox. And I watched the Cubs. I'm happy again.
3-1.
I'm happy again, baby. I'm happy again. And yes, it was a disappointment to see them give up the ghost right at the end. I mean, the Hawks played hard. They hung in there. I mean, at one point it was 3-3. I really thought that there was going to be a chance for them. There was some questionable calls in the game. And you know, that's a part of hockey. Vegas is the better team, so obviously they're going to get those questionable 50-50 calls sometimes. You know, that's just how it goes, right? If you're the top-seeded team, things tend to go your way. Sometimes the puck tends to bounce your way. But I liked and I loved seeing the Blackhawks fighting all the way to the end. Like I said, a team that's clearly out of it. They, only a few games left to play in the season, and they're still scrapping and fighting hard.
Oh yeah, the rookies, all the younger guys, they're all putting in the best that they can do right now, because what else can they have to do? Like, right now is the time that they're going to play the hardest that they can play, just because, I mean, they know they're not in it anymore. But at this point, if someone gets hurt, someone gets hurt. But at least they're doing 110%. But they all have been playing very well. I mean, the new goalie, he's doing pretty good. They're still losing, but they're doing pretty good with him. Like,
yeah, considering everything, yeah, you're right.
That really amps the momentum when they added him in. And who is it? Who's been creating all these goals? Donato?
Yeah, Donato. Yeah, but isn't that what we've been begging for this whole time, right? Someone else other than Bedard stepping up on the team and making a difference. And that was beautiful.
Thing. It's a good thing. It's a great thing. Him and Bedard are playing very well together. They feed off of each other. I feel like he's definitely going to be someone next year for when next season starts, that everybody's going to have more eyes on him and Bedard, of course, but just more eyes on top of him, because he's really showing off his power moves, just literally all his moves. And yeah, like you said, they played against the Golden Knights, so of course it's a top seed versus the bottom seed, and they pulled a 5-3. So yeah, and if you look back on Wednesday, they played against the Devils, and that was 5-3, but they won last Sunday. Mm-hmm. The 4 against the Flyers. Exactly,
and they looked great. It was a great game. Put up big points, 7-4. So in the midst of this season, and we know there's been a lot more down than up. A guy I was talking to, I hate using the word fan because I'm a fan too, but I guess I'm a pundit with a show, right? So I feel like I'm someone special. They said to me, how do you feel about Connor Bedard? Do you think and I said, he's right on pace. I go, he's right on pace, and there's one person, she was valid. She's like, he should be doing this, and I go, listen, I think it gets forgotten on so many people. He's 19, and I just keep lamenting it, and I'm gonna keep saying it until he's 25. I'm gonna point out how young he is until he's 25. I'm gonna point it out because you're not an official adult until you're 25. I'm sorry, young bucks, but it's the truth. And so, once you're 25, then it's real. And until this kid is 25, I'm not hearing it. And I respect that Donato is leading the team in points and goals. He's 28 years old. He's a grown man. It makes sense. Bedard's right there on his heels, though. Bedard has 1 point less than him. He's got 20 goals. And he's actually got more assists with 37 assists than Donato. So, I think everybody just had to calm down. They want to compare him to Gretzky so bad. They want to compare him to Sidney Crosby so bad. Gretzky is like Michael Jordan of hockey, okay? It's just a rare air. And Sidney Crosby's situation was so different. He came into almost a winning franchise practically. They had already won a cup. They had one of the best players in hockey when he showed up. completely different scenario. So the expectations need to just rear back. And we need to, it's like people that said Caleb Williams had a bad season with throwing 3,500 yards and 20 touchdowns almost. It's like, what are we talking about? What is the bar that we're trying to set for somebody that's in his second year?
Yeah, no, you're completely on track with that. And I just came across something the other day where somebody interviewed Jessica Campbell, or, Miss Soupy, the first female coach in NHL history for the Seattle Kraken.
Yes, sir.
They interviewed her and asked, what people would you want to coach if you could coach them? And she was talking about, all of the greats hearsay. But then she brought up a really good point that she was like, she would love to coach Bedard and Will Mackey, I think it was, and a couple of the San Jose boys.
Yeah, some of the younger players, but Bedard was right in that conversation.
Yeah,
you want to coach him.
She was like, he's young, he's still moldable, he has so much more potential there that is not shown, and she was like, just basically complimenting him the whole entire time, being like, these kids that are 19 or 18 to 20, like they're young. And there's so much more to them right now. And they're just not getting the full potential of all of their skills.
No, and you bring up that youth. You look just in the defensemen alone. They've got the young kid, Luis Crevier, Ethan Del Mastro, he's 22. Lewis is 23. Wyatt Kaiser's 22. Kevin Korchinski's 20. Artyom Levshonov, I'm butchering that name, Levshonov, he's 19 himself. I'm horrible with these hockey names, but I try to do my best. There's things there. And then I forgot about Alex Vlasic. So, right there alone, those guys, if they can grow. Now we talked about lines, right? We talked about lines being key. I thought it was very interesting, and I liked it that Bedard didn't start on the first line to open the game. Mm-hmm. I thought that was I was like, okay. Because, at first I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm expecting to see him on the first line. And I kind of thought that was a really good strategy, actually, to put him in the second line and run. It strengthens the team more, I feel, and they need depth in the lines. That's just the truth. I mean, they might really only have one good line, but if they could develop a second one, now we're cooking with gas heading into the next season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once they start figuring out their lines, they're going to be a great team. I mean, like I said a couple weeks ago, Connor Bedard's his line has changed so many times. I forgot what number it was.
It's an insane number. It's an insane 50-something, I think, or something. It's weird.
It's just they need to figure out their lines. I mean, they have a pretty good line figured out, one of them, like you said, but they need to figure out just one more or at least two more good lines. At least 3 out of the 4 lines need to be good. Or
need to be good. And they're getting there. And I think, like you said, they're getting there. I'm expecting even more next year. And I think it's fair. I think it's fair to talk about next year because we're literally looking at, let me see, I don't want to give the wrong number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more games. We got 9 more games of Blackhawks hockey. I'm going to suck it all in. Like I say, I can finally watch games again. I'm so happy about that. We got a game tomorrow at 3:00 against Utah, and I'll definitely be sitting there, with my popcorn and enjoying it. Even though, this season, I still feel like there's just so much growth. There's so much to be learned from this season. Okay, fine. They're not going anywhere, but at the same time, there's a lot of development still to be made in these 9 games, and I think they're important.
Yeah, you're completely right. And also, I'm going to go off of what you were talking about a little bit earlier, is that I feel like Bedard, if I look at because I have the Twitter up, the Twitter notifications on for the games when I'm not there watching, but I'm still following along. I think I saw on a couple of, they always drop the lines at every first, even before the game starts, just to let people know. I feel like Bedard hasn't really been playing first line for a couple of these games. I think they're trying some new things out.
And I like it.
now. I mean, they're already out of it. So
Yeah.
what else now? I mean, probably switch more lines for Bedard, but at this point, what do they got to lose?
Nothing. And that's the truth. And that's why, like I said, I thought it was interesting. It caught me off guard at first, but I liked it. I'm like, okay, you're trying some different things. We got 9 games left. Let's see what mixture it really can work going into next year. We know some of the older players won't be here, but most of these young guys will be. They'll be on this roster for next year. And so, yeah, I just think that it's a good thing. We're seeing a very kind of weird out of nowhere thing happening with the Chicago Bulls, and I was kind of like at first like, no, what are you doing? Don't stop winning in a way. But it feels too weird because I love rooting for my Chicago teams to win. But then I heard the coach Billy Donovan say something, and I feel like this applies to the Blackhawks in this situation. He said it's important for these young players to play in these games, especially meaningful games. It's important for them to have the pressure on them to want to do better, and the expectation is there. He goes, if the rookie for the Bulls, Bucelis, if he just was running around shooting and passing and dribbling, no consequences to his actions out the field, is that him really growing? Or does he have a better benefit from growing by him being held accountable? Like, if you take this horrible shot, this is hurting us. This is costing us, and I think that can make you grow more. I'm not going to say quicker, but the development can be more consistent. And so I definitely feel like, it's only 9 games left, but I think these 9 games are important for that reason. These young boys need to be out there. They need to be getting that experience on the ice, playing together, learning teamwork and unity heading into next year. And so there's still a lot to be learned from the Blackhawks, and I implore everyone out there, just keep watching, and regardless, win or lose, I just want to see development and growth, and I feel like we're seeing that from the young players on this team.
Oh, yeah, no, you absolutely are. And also, if you look at the AHL teams, with however many that live in Illinois, because you guys have too many AHL teams in ECHL.
Yeah, we do.
There's just so many in there. I lose track. I lose count. I know probably Mike.
Mike knows all of them. Mikey P knows all of them.
He knows all of them. I only know the Wolves and the Ice Hogs and the Bloomington Bison, but that one's completely different, I think. Whatever. Mike's probably going to yell at me in the group.
He's listening. He's listening today.
Oh, I know. I keep seeing it. I think that here's the thing: is that the Ice Hogs look so good. I think they just played against the Griffins a couple of last week or the week before. I don't know. I was there. We always know that I'm always there.
Yep.
But it's just they look so good. They have so much potential to go up into the NHL and just unleash so many powerful lines, so many shots, so everything. Their AHL team looks good. I mean, they've beaten the Griffins a lot of times, which it doesn't make me happy, but whatever. Side note. But
the hope is there.
And they have that young talent. And I think also, though, we can't have the whole entire Blackhawks team just be these young 20-year-olds. We're
Right.
gonna have to.
You got to mix some vets.
You have to have some vets.
You got to mix some vets.
Old dog's gonna have to train the new dog, the new puppy, a certain type of way.
Yes.
So but the thing is that there's just so many good AHL players on their AHL team, and I can see a bright future.
Ooh, I just got a note from Schomburg Hockey League. He reported here in our chat line, I have an insider tip that Sam Renzel and Oliver Moore could be called up to the Blackhawks tomorrow now that the University Minnesota season is over. Oh, yeah. So we could be seeing even some more young pups out there getting some action. That's what I'm talking about. So it's in the pipeline. It's in the pipeline. We know it's in the pipeline. And that's where the joy and the excitement is still at. Like I said, this season, even though it was a season that's only produced 21 wins so far, it's been a fun season still for me. It's still been a fun Blackhawks season. It's been fun to watch the Blackhawks, especially after they made the change at coach. I felt like the offense has opened up more. Yeah, they gave up the ghosts and some games late, but that's what young teams do. But, at the same time, it's been fun and they've been able to put up goals, and I like that. That's all you're asking for from a young team. You know, have some excitement, go out there, have some fun, and you know, yeah, you want to see more wins. We always want to see more wins, but I think the more wins are coming. We just got to be patient.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's like, I feel like the Blackhawks just have to take a note out of the San Jose Sharks book. Like, they're not playing good either, even though they just beat us. But, like, they are just, at this point, they're just having fun.
Just having fun. And sometimes that's the most important part. I got our actually Schaumburg Hockey League person is actually our own Mikey P. Mikey P in on the chat section and letting us know that Sam Renzel and Oliver Moore should be called up tomorrow. So that's going to be exciting to check out as well for the game tomorrow. Once again, make sure you check it out at 3 o'clock. A lot of excitement. Sophia, we want to thank you for joining us as always. We love when you can give us the time, have some hockey breakdown. It's fun and we enjoy it. We want you to eventually, when the season ends, I'm going to be pulling you in for MLB because the listeners love you. We can't have the great Sophia Blackburn go away after 9 games. Sorry. Not going to happen.
I'll have to dust off my shoes and relearn baseball again.
Trust me, Blake's going to grab your hand and carry you on to the promised land like you did with him in hockey.
There we go. We help each other out. We help each other out.
We carry each other along, right? So once again, the great Sophia Blackburn, thank you for joining. We look forward to you joining us again next week.
Yes, no problem. See y'all.
All right, have a good one. And yell at Mikey P in the chat group.
I might.
Have a good one.
Hey, bye-bye.
And that was once again the great Sophia Blackburn joining us on the call-in line. We always love her coming in and talking some Blackhawks with us. Good, exciting stuff. Like I said, 9 games left. Make sure you're watching for that game tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I'm going to be checking that bad boy out, and it's going to be another fun sports-filled weekend. I mean, I'm already chomping at the bits right now, Blake. You know, I'm like, oh my goodness, we got so much black. We got the black. White Sox going to be playing at 1:10 today. Then that's going to be followed by NCAA action. We're also carrying NCAA action here on this channel on WRMN following the Sox game. It will then start with Elite 8 play will kick off today as we're going to have the game Florida versus we're going to have Florida versus Texas Tech that'll be on. The first game, Houston from Tennessee, will not be broadcast because of the White Sox game, and White Sox will take precedent over any games that are played in the NCAA. But after the White Sox are done, it'll immediately following the game will be the Florida-Texas Tech game, and then finished up by Duke in Alabama. So make sure to check that out here on WRMN 1410 AM. As we are bringing you all the good sports, baby. Blake, so far with this tournament, have you been impressed? Have you been underwhelmed? What have you felt with the tournament so far?
Oh, Marcus. That's a great question because it raises a big dilemma right now in college basketball, in college sports in general. We don't see as much in football, but basketball specific. With NIL, and with kids getting paid in college, which I am all for. They bring money to the league. There are reasons why these leagues are profitable. They deserve to get paid. However, we have not seen a lot of big upsets. In the Sweet 16, the lowest seed in the Sweet 16 was number 10 SEC Arkansas, who had a starting lineup of all 5-star recruits. That's not a Cinderella team.
No, and your coach is a winner.
and your coach is Coach Cal. So the question this raises now is NIL ruining March Madness, and I think for this season you could say yes, because these players that excel at those lower level mid-major schools, like a High Point, like a Lipscomb, like a team that wins their conference, those players that excel and average 15 to 20 points, they get offered more money to go play somewhere else. I saw it at Missouri State when I went there.
Blake, you bring up a great point. You bring up a great point. And for our listeners out there, let me put some context on what Blake is saying. So if Steph Curry were playing in this modern time, Steph Curry went to Davidson. If Steph Curry had in this modern time done what he did at Davidson, he would be gone that next year and he would have been playing for Florida or Kentucky or Maryland. He would not have finished his collegiate career at Davidson.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that's to put context on what the NIL has done to college basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't want the listeners to think that I'm trashing March Madness, because I love March Madness. And the flip side of that is, for as boring as those first two rounds kind of were in terms of there was no real big upsets. We had Colorado State win their first game, and then they challenged Maryland before getting a buzzer beater dropped on their head. In the flip side, these last couple of days have been some elite hoops. We had Texas Tech going right down the wire with Arkansas. They had a late three to send it to OT. We had Florida on the ropes against UConn. They pulled it.
Very exciting.
We had Duke and Arizona. Cooper Flagg and Caleb Love both had a crazy game scoring, and Duke pulled it out. So although we're not having these big upsets and Cinderella teams, on the flip side, we're having some elite college basketball programs going head-to-head, and it's going to continue tonight, Texas Tech and Florida, as well as Alabama, Duke. That is a huge game I'm looking forward to. I need Alabama to win to help me out in my family pool, so I'll be rooting for them. But, all in all, March Madness is a great event. It's awesome every year, but part of what makes it special is those young, unique, talented teams going on runs. And I think this year NIL kind of chopped those legs from under it. And if it continues, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the trend at all for many years where the Blue Bloods dominated the tournament. Usually the Blue Bloods had to scrap and fight their way through the tournament.
They at least get tested. They at least get tested, and they haven't.
And now the Blue Bloods are just, because like you said, with the NIL money that can be thrown out, the fact that they could literally poach a good player from St. Mary's and add them to their team is definitely made the Blue Bloods kind of, powerhouses. And no mistake, I mean, even Auburn and Michigan State, that's going to be playing as well. They're 1 versus 2. Alabama and Duke, 1 versus 2. Houston and Tennessee, 1 versus 2. Florida, Texas Tech, 1 versus 3. That tells you everything you need to know. And yes, these teams are good. I'm not saying they don't deserve to be there in the Elite Eight. They totally do. But let's be honest, it has always been very, very, very difficult for it to end up that way, where the Elite Eight has got 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2, because usually somewhere along the way, one of those number ones got popped, or one of those number twos got popped, or that, it just played out that way, and yet we've seen now this season that's not the case, and it's not. Like you said, it's not the trash. It's just a reality. Now, the flip side of it, because you do got the powerhouses going against each other, instead of St. Mary's playing a Tennessee in the Elite Eight, you're seeing some very excellent tournament basketball to finish out. And I think that's going to be the cool part about this year's tournament, is that going down the wire here, we're going to see nothing but excellent basketball to the 8, to the Final Four, and to the championship. All these teams that are left are viable. I mean, are real viable teams that you could legit say any one of these teams could win. When we get back from break, we're going to continue breaking down some NCAA. We're going to talk Bears as well, but we also got to talk about the resurgence of the Chicago Bulls. And all of a sudden, Kobe White, Josh Giddey, Bucelis, Vooch, they're looking like a contender, not for a championship, but just to make the playoffs. Let's keep it real. But we're going to discuss all these things and more when we get back from break here on WRMN 1410 AM. You're listening to The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host Marcus Mack and my co-host Blake Cowell, as we bring you nothing but the best sports around town. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back. WRMN.
My name is Mark Smith, and I am running for Elgin City Council. I am a proud 22-year veteran of the United States Army, former Elgin police officer, past Elgin Image Advisory Commission member, past president of the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association, current commander of the largest local veterans organization, and a newly appointed member of the Elgin Civilian Police Review Board. If you are concerned about the direction of our city or the representation you have been receiving from your current council members, I humbly ask for your vote on April 1st. I will be your council member who asks tough questions, solves problems, protects our finances, and listens to the concerns and needs of the members of our community. My main focus will be economic growth, community development, collaborations, and transparency and accountability. The time for change is now, and I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your partnership as together we can build a strong and vibrant future for Elgin. Please vote Smith for Elgin City Council. Paid for by Mark Smith for Elgin City Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
And welcome back to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Callers are welcome. Please feel free to dial in. 847-931-1410 is the call-in line. Hit us up with any questions. You can also hit us up on the chat line on YouTube. If you got anything you want us to talk about, it is topics that we might have missed that you are interested in us discussing. But right now, we're going to keep it rolling. We left off talking about the NCAA tournament and how it's shaping out and looking. Blake, right now, I still got Florida winning it all, and I'm looking good with that pick.
Yeah, no, you're looking really good with that pick. The only thing about Florida that I think contrasts them from another team like Duke or Auburn, Florida's been tested pretty hard. You know, they played a close game against UConn, and then the last game they played pretty close as well for most of the game and pulled away at the end. But these one seeds have been dominating. I'd be interested to see. I don't have it in front of me when the last time 4 1 seeds all made the final.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, and there's a good opportunity that could happen this week. But again, some good programs. You got Michigan State. Tom Izzo loves the month of March. He's going up against Auburn. Obviously, Florida and Texas Tech today, and Alabama with Nate Oates and some of the shooters that they have. They just scored 110 points. In their last matchup against BYU. So a lot of good teams left. If you're a good team, you're still here at this moment. Every team deserves to be here. So a lot of good teams, and Florida still has as good a chance as anyone.
Yes, indeed. Good chances all the way around. Duke still looking strong. And if it ends up being a Duke versus Florida, I'm going to absolutely love that. And I'm really cheering for that. And I think that could be a very exciting final if it could play out that way. But, hey, the games are still got to be played. And like I said, that starts today. Right here, you can listen to the games here on WRMN. And today is going to be first game is going to kick off with Florida, Texas Tech at 5:09, and then it's going to be followed by Duke and Alabama. Games will also be on TV on TBS, True TV as well. This is now the time for me to not apologize. I will not do that, but I will say that I have been thoroughly impressed with the Chicago Bulls and what has been truly a run as they try to push to make the playoffs. And capped off by Thursday night's sensational victory, dubbed the Cardiac Bulls by their radio announcer, TV silent announcer, Stacey King. And I couldn't agree more after that scintillating game with the victory over the Lakers 110-117 with Josh Giddey hitting a half-court swisher to give the Bulls the victory. Blake, what's going on with these guys? I mean, we were like, we don't want you. We want you to get into the lottery. We don't, need these wins. And then all of a sudden, this team is just like, the heck with it. What everybody feels, we're just going to act out. And in the month of March, they have literally. Here's the thing that I'm going to throw out there to you right now. And a lot of people haven't paid attention. In the month of March, let's not just Kobe White's been balling, not just Bucelis or Josh Giddey with double-doubles, triple-doubles left and right. And since the month of March, they have lost 4 games. 4 games in the month of March. That's it. They lost. It started out the beginning of the year. It started at the beginning of the month. They lost back-to-back to Indiana and Cleveland. And then they would go on to rip off 1, 2, 3, 4 straight, would lose one to Houston, come back and win, lost to Phoenix, and now has ripped off another 4 straight wins. This team is hot. They're definitely rolling. And they've got a nice little nucleus that they've built with Kobe White, Josh Giddey, Bucelis, and throwing in a Vooch. Now, I still think Vucevic will be traded when this season ends. I totally see that happening, which I think will definitely help this team, and which is why I'm not as worried if they do make the play-in or possibly playoffs, because I still think that they're going to move Vooch to help them gather in some more draft capital.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this Bulls team, I barely even know what to say, Marcus, to be honest with you, because for the whole season we talked about how it's a lull, and then they trade Zach LaVine, and then they embrace the youth movement, which we've been kind of begging for like a season and a half now, and we're seeing these guys shape up, and Josh Giddey and Kobe White have led that charge, and it's starting to, again, it makes you believe of what can this Bulls team be long term, because Josh Giddey and Kobe White are still so young.
They're building pieces. They're building pieces. Josh
Giddey's been in the league for like 3 or 4 years now, and he's still only 22, 23 years old. Like, he's a young kid, and he's averaging in the month of March 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists. It's almost a triple-double. He's almost averaging a triple-double in the month of March. I mean, that's, the triple-doubles become quite normalized in today's NBA with a guy like Nikola Jokic, guys like Luka Doncic, and even Russell Westbrook, let's not forget him, who was Mr. Triple-Double. They made the stat line become so normalized. Getting a triple-double is difficult. Josh Giddey almost had a quadruple-double the other night. He was 2 steals away from a quadruple-double. And let me drop a cold, hard truth on you, Marcus. There are 2 players in Chicago Bulls history that have had 5 or more triple-doubles in a season. Those 2 players, Michael Jordan and Josh Giddey, in his first season with the Bulls, 5+ triple-doubles. He is an elite class of an elite playmaker. It's him and one other guy, of course, the great Michael Jordan. I mean, again, it makes you wonder, what can Josh Giddey become as a player in the NBA? An elite passing, playmaking point guard. Can he turn into a Luka Doncic type? Not to that level of scoring and especially not his defense. We don't want Luka Doncic's defense. But these guys come from overseas, and they come from these other places, and they dominate the NBA. And maybe the Bulls just made one of the best trades of their team history, trading away an aging Alex Caruso for a young budding star with tools in Josh Giddey. When the trade was made, a lot of people were against it, including myself. Right hand up when it's due. I apologize, Mr. Josh Giddey. And now he's developing to this player. And, hey, the Bulls might get a home play-in game for the play-in. We know what the United Center does when it's electric. They bring back the Madhouse on Madison. I hope the Bulls faithful will get a chance to root them on. Again, not what we really want at the end of the day is just competing for play-in games. But if this is the backcourt of the future, and then you add a skilled 3 and Montez Buzelis kind of ages into being a solid 3 in their lineup. I mean, the Bulls team. I mean, it really does feel like the possibilities are endless, which is what Jerry Reinsdorf wants from us. And unfortunately, it's much like the Bears. The Kool-Aid is starting to get sipped on just a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's refreshing. And like I mentioned earlier when we had the great Sophia Blackburn on, and the comments from Billy Donovan, I just thought were priceless when he said, it's important that these young guys get this playing time, that these games mean something to them. Their development will only grow from this. And I agree, yes, we do want them to get a superstar. And it's hard to bring it in through free agency. You have to try to now, at this point, get a superstar through the draft. And that's was the whole, because the real belief and idea is that there's a good nucleus here. Now, the question was, could this nucleus turn into a winning nucleus that you could add a star to continue to winning? And I think that answer is yes. They've gotten better by subtraction, and that's very rare that it happens that way, but that's exactly what happened. Once they got Zach LaVine out of here, that contract, his ball dominance, just whatever it was, the other players not feeling comfortable coming out of their shell because him in the lineup, we now see that Coby White is a legit player. Coby White is a real deal. And here's the difference between Coby White and Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine would give you 30 points first through the third quarter. Fourth quarter, nowhere to be found. All the time. I call those empty calories. Coby hits the big shots when they matter the most. He's a closer, and that is winning. That's a winning player you want on your team. Someone that's trying to close a game, not just pad their stat line. And I'm not accusing Zach of anything. I'm just saying you were nowhere to be found in fourth quarters of any game, and that's why the Bulls struggled with your big fat contract, and even though you averaged 20-plus a game, they went nowhere with you on the roster. Empty calories get you nothing in this league. And that's my thought on that. Now, I've also seen Derek Williams start to come out of his shell. I thought it was a horrible job for them to re-sign him. I was very, very unhappy with that because of the production he's given. But now we're starting to see a kid that, like I say, addition by subtraction. He started to come alive. Josh Giddey's coming alive. The kid they traded for Harder, he's been a key cog in the wheel. They've even got production from Zach Collins out there. So, I just think that the mentality has changed, and therefore my mentality has to change. This team wants to win, and I'm going to back any Chicago team that wants to do that. I will never stand in the way of winning, and I think that it is invaluable that these young kids get that. I think it's very invaluable for Bucelis. I believe that the Bulls really found a diamond in the rough in Bucelis. I think that he slipped wholeheartedly. He should have went much higher in the draft, and that's fine. That people slept on him and let the Bulls get him. I think that this kid has got some. He's 6'10", lanky. He can dribble. He can shoot. He can defend. He can dunk. This kid has shown nothing but great potential as well in this run, and I think that right there alone, Coby, Giddey, Bucelis, that's a good nucleus, man. That's a good nucleus, and then you add around a Sumo, a Hodder, Kevin Hodder. Lonzo Ball. I'm done with Lonzo. Okay, it was a nice little story that he could come back and get in the court. Lonzo Ball is done. Let's just call it what it is. Lonzo Ball is done, and there's just no reason to think he's ever going to come back into form. If he does, for some reason, I guess great. I don't see where he really fits in anymore, especially with the ascension of Giddey and Coby White now. And also there's been Jalen Smith. This kid has been a nice addition for the Bulls, along with Julian Phillips and Dalen Terry. So you've seen that they got some guys that say, hey, we want to win. And I respect that, and I like that going forward. And now you add in a superstar into that winning culture. We're cooking with gas, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, they have good pieces. They definitely do. And we kind of talk, I mean, like seasons ago, too, like you can only look 3 or 4 seasons prior where it was like, okay, like Lonzo Ball, he's a good piece. And Ayo Dosunmu, like if he develops, and they already had Zach LaVine and DeMar. And now 3 or 4 years later, it's still like, hey, like Coby White's coming into his own like he did last year, and he's still building on that. And it's like, well, Josh Giddey, Josh Giddey is, I think, what's going to turn this Bulls franchise around if it is ever going to.
The trade was dumped on. It was dumped on. Yeah. And I will say this much: I didn't dump on the trade because I just didn't like the fact that Caruso couldn't score. Defense is cool, but this is a young team that needed to put up points. And Giddey's role in Oklahoma was gone. SGA had ascended has ascended to a MVP caliber level. He's the main ball handler. They didn't need a Giddey on their team. They just didn't. And so they needed a defender, and that's what they got. And so I think the trade was fair on both sides, honestly. And it's like, who won the trade? Both teams did. Both teams won the trade, and I'm okay with that.
Yep, and sports, everyone's always looking for who fleeced who and who won the trade, and you're definitely right. Both teams got what they wanted. Oklahoma City's first in the Western Conference, and they're title contenders, like most people knew they would be. And the Bulls are still a rebuilding team, but they have young assets that have promise futures. So big offseason for the Bulls nonetheless coming up. But, you still need to develop these guys. And the Bulls, we're talking about the offseason, like what needs to happen. The Bulls are going to get a play-in game. I mean, they're going to be in the play-in. They're not going to slip out of it. The teams below them are just simply
they're just not good enough.
Worse.
You look at them, and I'm telling you,
games above the Raptors. Yeah.
I don't see any way that they're not going to hit the play-in for certain. Now they're creeping up towards the 8th, which would still make them a play-in team, but technically you are a playoff team that is now the 9th and 10th can take your spot, but technically you are a playoff team if you make the 8th spot in basketball. The Bulls are pushing for that. Currently, right now, they're just still a play-in team, which is different. So they could lose and not even make the playoffs. Like that's the reality. So they're not in the playoffs. That's why I keep saying they're making a run for the playoffs. But they're not in the playoffs yet. And they could still be on the outside looking in. But the fact that they're fighting for it, the fact that you're seeing production, and I just think that that's important. I'm just so happy to see from Kobe. I'm just happy to see that there is something in the stables for this team, and it's starting to flourish and it's starting to grow. And kudos for Billy Donovan, man. This guy deserves this. Billy Donovan is a tremendous coach. Tremendous coach. Make no mistake about that. He's a tremendous basketball coach. I am glad to see him getting, winning basketball back in his nature as well. He's seeing his team flourish. He doesn't have to deal with divas anymore, and he's got these guys humping.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we always thought when Billy Donovan came to the Bulls, that would be like a strategic advantage that they'd have as a good coach, because he came from Oklahoma City where he coached a couple playoff teams, came from Florida where he's won championships with Joakim Noah on his team. Then he came to the Bulls, and it was kind of like, oh, this guy, maybe he's not as good as a head coach. And now we're kind of seeing still why he's respected as an NBA head coach and why he still has a job here. And if he were to leave here, he'd probably get a job somewhere else
immediately.
Yeah, so he still has a place in the NBA, but. The Bulls, we've talked about them way more today than we have in the past few weeks because,
we have something now. We have something to talk about.
We have something to talk about, right? And I think they play tonight.
Yes.
They play tonight again.
Let me make sure of this. I'm almost certain of that. I don't want to quote that wrong.
Maverick,
we're playing Maverick. So we got another big Saturday once again. We've got Sox. We're gonna have Blackhawks tomorrow. We've got Bulls tonight. We got NCAA, and do we got Cubs tonight as well?
We do, 7 o'clock.
There we go. Big sports Sundays and Saturday. So we got a big fun-filled sports weekend. I love it. I love when there's lineups like this. It just gets the juices flowing, baby. And like I say, I can watch games again. I don't know what to do with myself, Blake. I don't know what to do with myself.
Hey, that's why we do it.
It's why we do it. I love it. And, definitely a winnable game against this Mavericks team. Wholeheartedly think that the Bulls can come out there and jump all over them. They're going to be at home. The Mavericks have been down. I think Anthony Davis has returned, which I feel is a mistake. He should just stay out for the rest of the season, Mr. Glass. You've got nothing to play for with this Dallas Mavericks team this year, especially with Kyrie Irving going down with that knee injury for the season. But, hey, we'll see how it plays out, right? Guys get paid, and they still love to play. So, bring your best. And I expect the Bulls to do that as well. So it's going to be an exciting game. I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully the Bulls can go and get another victory stacked on.
Of course. Yeah, there's, the teams in Chicago are shaping up, especially, kind of we've talked about it so long, we've talked about it on a couple of shows before, is, a lot of these Chicago teams are right on the cusp of being very good, or at least playoff contenders, which is something that we haven't been able to say in the last 2 years. Baseball starting, there's always hope for every team. And like we mentioned at the start of the show, the White Sox started 1-0, and we're like, hey, what if they kind of string it together? What if they?
You're right. We would take that, right? Hey, if they can just.
We'll take that. Competitive sports. We want competitive sports, and kind of starting to look like, maybe even if the Bulls and the Blackhawks, their seasons aren't probably going to end exactly how they wanted to, gives us something to talk about as the fall rolls around. We still got a long, fun summer to go with the draft and training camp and baseball and other minor league affiliates and some soccer going on. We have a lot.
Yes, we do. We got the Chicago Stars. We got the Chicago Fire going. I'll actually be attending the Stars game tomorrow as one of our representing WRMN, as I'll be checking and watching out the women out there on the pitch, as I believe it's called correctly. I'm learning my soccer terms, and it's gonna be a great day. It's gonna be a great day, great game. But yeah, the excitement in Chicago is real. It's very real, and like I said, it kind of seemed to really start with the Bears. It started with them, man, and hey, Ben Johnson coming to town, and all of a sudden his juices started flowing, and now the Sox open up a way. Can you imagine if the Sox actually have a good season along with the Cubs? Talk about, man, this summer will be brilliant. Brilliant. So, right now the excitement is there. Now, like I said, the paint could dry and the luster could come off real fast. And, hey, we could be talking about this next month and the Sox will have just that one win still, but in the meantime, it feels good, right? That we're talking about wins and not losses constantly. And I love it. And yes, like you said, we're getting ready to head into the draft. It's literally weeks away now at this point, as the month of March is wrapping up next week and heading right into April. And then it's, I believe, April 20th is the draft. I'm correct. I think it's actual April 24th is going to be the draft. So, we're not far away now. We're less than a month away, and my juices are flowing for that. Definitely, what the Bears do with this will now, give us an indication of really what their plans are for the season. So, yeah, I'm really excited. We're definitely going to get into more of that in the next segment as well. And just, this town is a buzz, man. This town is a buzz, and I love it. Anyone out there, if one feels the same, please share your thoughts. Call us at 847-931-1410. You can also message us as well. We got Jeff Trans coming in on the chat line saying you need racing, more racing. Jeff, let me tell you, the moment there's a big moment in racing, we will talk about it, buddy. All right? I don't even think there's right now any races going on currently, but I haven't looked either, so I could be dead wrong. But trust me, if there's something out there, Jeff, we will get to it. We like to bring it with all sports. We're not biased on this station. I know a lot of people think that the Chicago sports station say all we talk about is Bears, and more Bears. But we keep it fair on this channel right here. The truth about Chicago sports, we bring it all, Blake. We give it all to them.
Keep it a buck. We like we said, we keep it real. We keep it a buck. We cover who's on fire and whoever deserves the attention. And right now it's the Bears get some of it, but it's baseball season and Josh Giddey. It's baseball.
Giddey.
Right now.
Giddey, along with the fireball Kobe White, who, I forgot to point out to anybody out there, if you wonder, Kobe White's been averaging 30 points in the month of March. He's been balling. And so, there's big reasons to watch this Bulls team right now, big time. I have had, like I said, it was very exciting watching the game last night. And they were down. That's what people got to understand. They were down in that game. At one point, down by almost as much as 20, I think, going into the fourth or something like that. The Lakers were giving it to them. And then all of a sudden, the Bulls just found their heart and just rose up and said, we're getting this win. And that's the type of stuff that drives big-time excitement from the fans and everyone around. Trust me, they put the basketball world on notice hey, we better start paying attention to these Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to the Bulls. And again, if they make the playoffs, they're probably going to be playing one of the Milwaukee.
Oh, they'll get destroyed.
Or
they'll
the
get destroyed.
Celtics or the Cleveland Cavaliers, which they'll surely be outmatched. However, getting to the playoffs, getting some home playoff basketball in Chicago again for an actual playoff series hasn't happened since 2022. So it's been 3 seasons since we've seen it. I want to say we played the Bucks that year and lost in 5 games. That was DeMar DeRozan's big season that he had, the same season Lonzo Ball went down with his injury. The city started for success, and if they can get it with the Bulls to kind of kick off this calendar year, I think that can go a long way for vibes. I'm a huge vibes guy, and I think it's starting to shape up, and hopefully with the Bulls kind of leading us off.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully kicking it off. And I know this was a big concern of yours, and I just wanted to point out to you, I know you care about this immensely, and I just had to share this. Bronny James did not play. I know you were disappointed. I know you wanted to see him out there. I know you wanted to see the all-star out there showing his thing, but unfortunately, it was a coach's decision, and Bronny James did not play against the Bulls. Oh, man. That had to upset LeBron. When we come back, we're going to talk Chicago Bears here on WRMN 1410 AM. This is the truth about Chicago sports.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels. From beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face, never let them have too much screen time, and never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed, never ever become a minivan mom, and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve Thorne, running for re-election to the Elgin City Council. So many of you already know me, and you know that my many years of volunteer work and ongoing service are all about helping the residents of our great city, especially our seniors and military veterans. We certainly have had our challenges, past and present, but Elgin owns my heart, and it always has. We are a strong city, a safe city, a city of neighborhoods, a city where people feel the touch of community connection. And that's part of our greatest strength. We look out for one another here in Elgin. And as your city councilman, I pledge to look out for you. I've been endorsed by both the Elgin Police and Firefighters Unions. I'm respectfully asking for your vote to continue serving you on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
And we are back. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410. This is Marcus Mack along with my co-host Blake Cowell as we break down all Chicago sports and bring you nothing but the truth. As we left off, we brought all things Chicago today and some NCAA tournament. We talked Cubs, we talked Sox. We had the great Sophia Blackburn join us as we talked Blackhawks. We've talked about the Chicago Bulls, and now we're going to wrap this bad boy up with some Bears talk, a little Chicago Bears talk. And what are we talking about, Chicago Bears? People wonder, I mean, they're not playing right now, right? What's going on? Well, we got to talk about the prospects, man, because these draft boards, these mock drafts have been flying all over the place. And it was a very interesting thing that actually came out last week or during this week, early this week, where Abdul Carter put out there that, yeah, quarterback's getting all the hype, but he is the best player in this draft. And you know what? He's 100% correct. He is the best player in this draft. But the thing is that best player doesn't mean you always get drafted first. We know this is a quarterback-heavy league. Quarterbacks go high. Here is the scenario, though. The reason why this makes this so interesting. Because if Abdul Carter goes number 1 to Tennessee, that completely changes the draft. Like people are going to start trading. It's going to be because no one wants to pay the price for number 1. No one wants to pay the price for number 1. People are willing to pay the price for number 2 and number 3. Okay? And I'm telling you right now, if Abdul Carter is selected as number 1, the Browns will break their cleats running to the podium to get Cam Ward. I think that the Giants have shown their hand. They've drafted, they signed Russell Wilson. They've signed Jameis Winston. I think they've clearly shown they don't believe in the quarterbacks in this draft. They're going to shoot for next year. I would be very shocked if Shedeur Sanders was drafted by the Giants at this point. Now, that's not to say it won't happen, right? I mean, we saw the Atlanta draft. Oh, God, I'm drawing such a blank on his name, and I'm horrible for it.
Michael Penix.
Michael Penix. We saw them draft Penix when they had just signed Kirk Cousins to this ridiculous fat contract of guaranteed money. So, you know, enough organization is not above signing a quarterback and then still drafting one. I just think that at number 3, after signing Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, I just think that you're looking to go another direction. And I could see that being Mason Graham if Abdul Carter is not drafted by Tennessee. I think Abdul Carter is then drafted by the Giants. Now we're looking at the Patriots. Patriots already have a quarterback that they believe in Drake May. What they don't have is much around him. Not really any weapons. So I could see a receiver. I could see them benefiting from Travis Hunter joining their team, where he's a really good cornerback, but also could give you some spot play, I believe, at wide receiver. So therefore, now this is looking even better for the Bears. Now we go to the Jaguars. Jaguars have a quarterback. Jaguars need a lot of things, though. Offensive lineman probably as well. So now they're either going offensive lineman, Hunter if he's out there, or Mason Graham. Because now we're falling to the Raiders. And if Shedeur Sanders is not grabbed at that point, make no mistake about it, Shedeur Sanders will be a Raider. If Shedeur Sanders is not drafted by the Giants, don't be surprised if the Raiders don't make a deal with the Patriots to go to number 4. The Raiders desperately need a quarterback. We all know that. They're looking for a face. They want a face of the franchise. You get Shedeur Sanders, perfect plug in that moment. But he's got to get to you. He's got to get to you. And like I said, if the Giants don't grab him, then we already know Patriots ain't doing it, and neither the Jaguars. So now it's on the Raiders. That just falls better in our play. Now we're still looking at Mason Graham, maybe even Will Campbell and Kevin Banks. If for some weird reason, Blake, I'm going to throw this scenario out to you. If for some weird reason, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, or Mason Graham fall to around, let's say, 8th, where the Panthers are picking, what do the Bears do?
The Bears are trading up.
If any three of those players hit to that, do you think the Bears are making a move for any three of those players?
I absolutely think so. And I'm tinkering with this take. I don't want to stand on it yet, but you've piqued my interest here, Marcus, because the Giants going out and signing Russell Wilson was bad for the Bears. I'll just call it how it is. This is the truth about Chicago sports, after all. A team that is now not needing a quarterback is bad for the Bears. That's what happened this week, and you've touched on it. Cam Ward will go in the top 3 because someone will need a quarterback, and he's the best one on the board. The key to this Bears draft being successful, at least for right now, without them trading, is will Shedeur Sanders fall? And if I had to tell you today, I would say he's going to fall.
He won't get past the Raiders, though. We know that. He won't make it past the Raiders.
I wouldn't be shocked if he did.
Wow.
I could see Pete Carroll saying, you know what, I got Geno Smith. I can roll with Geno Smith. And you know what, again, I think those decisions go above Pete Carroll's head because, again, let's not forget, Tom Brady's in the room now. Tom Brady knows a thing or two about what a good quarterback looks like. If he thinks Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback or can be, I think they go for him, and I think that's fair. I'm going to trust Tom Brady's assessment of what a good quarterback is.
But see, here's my thing, Blake. I'm going to tell you like this. This is the reason I want Shedeur to go to the Raiders, because I want the Saints to get desperate. If Shedeur goes past them, the Saints will grab him, and that means that the Raiders grab the player potentially that I wanted for the Bears. I want them to grab Shedeur because I want the Saints to get desperate and get Jackson Dart. I want them to get desperate because, see, the Giants don't need a quarterback. They got Justin Fields. They just signed, and they're going to give him his shot. The Panthers now have seen enough from Bryce Young, so he's good to go. So they're more than likely going to I don't think the Giants are going to go trenches necessarily. I don't think they necessarily have to. They've seen that they've got some pretty solid line. They might go offensive linemen, definitely not defensive linemen, I don't believe. And then now that now the Panthers are the wild card, right? Where do they go with their pick? So I feel like I really want them to draft Shedeur because I want the Saints to get desperate. I want the Saints to grab, go and reach for the stars, baby. Jackson Dart will be the next Bo next. Reach for the stars.
Hey, I'm with you. You will never see me arguing against things falling in the Bears' lap. But if I had to predict today, it's tough for me to pick Shedeur Sanders to go top 10. But going back to your original question, Marcus, is I would say right now, if I had to pick today, I think the Bears are going to trade up. Similar to the points I made last week. Ryan Poole said he had to be stopped from trading up to get Rome Odunze. So if Ben Johnson's sitting in the room with Ryan Poole and he says, "Hey, I need a guy like Mason Graham on my team," or if Dennis Allen's in on these conversations too, he's, "Hey, I need a guy like Mason Graham," or maybe I still think Ashton Jeanty's still on the Bears board. I think he has to be because of just how good of a player he could be in the NFL. But like you said,
what if the Patriots grabbed Jeanty? Would you be shocked? But would you be shocked if the Patriots grabbed Jeanty?
I think so. I think right now they got to get Drake May a playmaker on the outside, and I think Travis Hunter could fit that build pretty good, as well as Travis Hunter on the other side. Let's not forget he's a two-way player. I think him and that kid Gonzalez, I'm blanking on his first, Christian Gonzalez. Yeah. I think that would be a crazy,
good secondary.
Corner tandem. Yeah, really good secondary. I think they have a lot more pieces that they need to build. And as well as their new head coach, Mike Vrabel, he's a smash-mouth football player. He wants gritty guys. He wants guys that can get down in the trenches, down and dirty with the other team, making plays. So they might go O-line too. I think Will Campbell is still very much on the radar for them. Again, the draft is so much fun because it's like boxing. Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Yep.
Everyone's got a plan until Michael Penix goes number 8.
And then it's all bets are off.
And then it turns into, oh, shoot, there's 2 quarterbacks left on the board. We need to make a move. So like you said, let's see early on. It's going to be very telling in those top 5 picks. Jacksonville. I could see Jacksonville trading down. I could see a team like New Orleans, if their player's not there, they might trade down. There's a lot of interesting things that can happen in the top 10, and the Bears are kind of waiting on the outside to say, hey, there's not really much we can do unless a player slides to 6, 7, 8. I don't see the Bears trading into the top 5. unless it was for a guy like Abdul Carter, like a real game-changing, game-wrecker move, because let's not forget, just a few years ago, what did the Houston Texans do? They draft C.J. Stroud and they say, you know what? We're going to trade up to the number 3 pick. I want to pick back-to-back, get our other guy, Will Anderson, and now we have a great player on defense, a great quarterback on offense, and they've made the playoffs the last 2 seasons, mainly because of those 2 guys having a lot of success in the NFL. And I think the only reason the Texans got out last year was because they ran into a guy named Patrick Mahomes, who has been doing it now for a very long time. So if the Bears say, hey, we got our quarterback, we're missing that Myles Garrett-level talent, that Micah Parsons-level talent, that game wrecker on the edge, if they think Abdul Carter is that guy, I wouldn't be completely shocked if they said we'll trade up. If Abdul Carter falls, I don't think he will, but if he falls to 4 or 5, I see the Bears picking up the phone. I do think the Bears will pick up the phone at some point to trade into that 7-8 range, just a few spots, but going to the top 5 would be pretty cost heavy, and they need a lot of things to fall their way. But I think the Bears trading up something to think about and keep on the radar.
Yeah, and so now I'm thinking in my head, flipping script, worst case scenario, everybody that you wanted is gone at 10. And here's a funny part. Everybody's talked about Will Campbell. But when I look at the draft grade right now through ESPN for offensive tackle, they've got our man Mimbo from Missouri as the top-rated tackle in this draft, followed by Calvin Banks from Texas, and then Will Campbell, followed up 4th by Josh Simmons, who at one point was considered a very highly recruited before his injury, and now he's slipped. But I still think that Josh Simmons, before he got injured, he was being touted as probably one of the best left tackles in college football. So, don't think that the Bears are sold on Will Campbell. But let's throw out worst case scenario. Armand Mimbo's gone. Calvin Banks is drafted. Will Campbell's drafted. Mason Graham is gone. Abdul Carter's gone. That's only 5 players right there, right? And so that could be very feasible that all 5 of those players could be off the board by the time the Bears draft. Where do they go then? See, because I don't want them to reach. I don't want you to go reaching for a Jalen Walker at number 10. I like Jalen Walker, but I don't think Jalen Walker should be a top 10 pick. I don't think that you should go and reach for. I'm sorry, not Jalen. Jalen Walker, or also from Georgia as well, Mikael Williams. I think that they're second round to late round, maybe first round picks, but they do not need to be reached for at that level. I don't want you drafting Tyler Warren, even though that might be, at that point, if you were missing those guys, he might be best available, but I don't want Tyler Warren. I'm sorry, I don't. But that's a luxury pick. We're not in a position for luxury. The only thing that I could live for in that situation, if those guys are gone, that's when I could go, okay, Genty. If Genty's gone, I could still live with Omari Hampton. That's when I'm looking. That's when I'm looking at if Travis Hunter is gone. Is there another the kid from Texas, Jadon Barron? Maybe I add another corner out there to the room. Maybe I don't believe in Stevenson that much. Maybe I go that route. But I say, I don't want you reaching for someone that is of lesser talent. If the guys that you don't want to go, then that's when you resort to best player on the board. That's when you resort to it. If your guys are not there. If your guys are there, don't get cute. Don't get cute. You know what I'm saying? If a guy in the trenches is there, go. Don't waste no time. But if worst case scenario and those guys are gone, that's when you can sway me. Because right now I'm still very much anti-Genty. I'm very much Ashton Genty, anti-Ashton Genty, and not because I don't think that he can play. It's because I just don't think the Bears can afford a running back at that 10th pick. I just think it's too high of a pick. I think there's too much value, and I think that there's still work to be done in the trenches, and that's why I'm not. That's the only reason I'm off of it. But if it comes down to where, hey, the top trench players are gone, I'm okay with it then, Blake. That's when I'm okay with it.
I think by draft time, I'm going to turn you into Nash and JT guy because I would be ecstatic off the board if we got him at 10. Again, and that's my personal brain kind of like going to that fantasy football mindset where you just have killers all over the field, fast, shifty, and doing their thing. But again, you raise a very good point. You keep saying if these guys are off the board, there's a real case scenario where that first 10 picks for the Bears go absolutely horrific for them, where it's just guy after guy is falling off the board.
Did they want it?
It's very possible that the only guy that falls in that first round that's kind of predicted to go top 10 is Shedeur Sanders, which the Bears don't need a quarterback. So why would we be excited about that? That
is real. He's the real. That's what's going to determine the draft. As crazy as it sounds, Shedeur Sanders, where he's picked, will determine a lot. It's going to be the shakeup in the draft because Cam Ward's going to go. We know that Cam Ward will not make it past 1 or 2. One of those, he's going. Then from there, Abdul Carter, where does he fall? The foot thing has been a concern for some people, and that's why Abdul could fall out of the top 3 easily. He could fall out of the top 3 easily. I could see that, but like Shedeur, like I said, if he's not picked by the Giants and then not picked by the Raiders, if the Saints don't believe in him, it's going to get dicey because now you've got Bears, no quarterback needed. Frisco, no quarterback needed. Dallas, will they? I mean, Jerry Jones is a crazy mofo, but I don't know if he's that crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's that crazy. Dolphins don't need a quarterback. Colts, they're working their own issues. Falcons, no quarterback needed. Arizona, nope. Bengals, nope. Seahawks, nope. Tampa Bay, nope. Broncos, nope. Steelers, If he failed to Pittsburgh, I think Pittsburgh would draft him.
Yeah, he's a trade. They're a trade-up candidate too. But you raise a good point. If these guys, if Shedeur Sanders is the only guy that's falling, and I'm looking at a lot of different mock drafts right now, and even the quote professional mock draft people, draft experts will say it's going to start as a pretty offensive heavy draft. So I mean, again, if Abdul Carter is the only defensive end to go in the top 10, well, the Bears are going to have a pretty solid
Mason Graham to the Bears. Guy. Mason, if Abdul falls, and like I say, if Mason gets to 7, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone.
And there's other guys like we mentioned, like you said, Jalen Walker. Is he a top 10 guy? I don't know.
I don't believe in. I saw some of him play. I saw some of him play. I don't think he is.
And even if that is the case, well, that offers an opportunity for the Bears to, hey, we'll drop. Let's. They did it with Jalen Carter, a couple of drafts ago. They traded back 1 pick and picked up an extra 4th rounder. That I think that pick eventually turned into Keenan Allen. But Ryan Poles is pretty. He's pretty good at drafting in terms of he knows kind of what value he can get out of certain picks. If he looks at the Cowboys at 12 and say, hey, I'll trade back with you from 10. I'm going to need a next year's 3rd or this year's 3rd and trade back a couple picks. And if they can still get their guy, if that is Jalen Walker, if that is Shamor Stewart, these guys that aren't top 10 guys, but maybe mid-round first picks, and they can still pick up an extra 3rd rounder, then that's a good move for the Bears. Because if the Cowboys want to draft up, and if they want to reach on a guy, then so be it. Whatever bed the Cowboys want to make their bed in, that's fine. Or maybe it is the Pittsburgh Steelers that say, hey, I want to move up 11 picks to pick our guy, Shedeur Sanders. And the Bears say, hey, 11 picks is quite a bit. We're going to need next year's first. And they could say, okay, yeah, we'll do that. Who cares? That doesn't seem like the Steelers' MO. But again, the draft, anything can happen. It's the Wild West. People are fighting for their jobs. The draft is a place where, you look at a team like the New York Giants, who they have a lame duck head coach and a lame duck GM that I was surprised kept their jobs. You see guys get desperate when they're drafting. Let's see if the Bears, if they're not in a position where they're not going to be able to draft their guy, let's see if Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren can leverage a different team's being desperate and still get good value.
And still good value. Yeah. Yeah, I agree that there definitely is a real possibility that the Bears could become wheelers and dealers in this. And like I said, it that's what makes this up for grabs. Like last year's draft, was so much more dictated and laid out right away. Everybody knew Caleb was going first and Jaden Daniels was going second. It wasn't no question about it. And I knew some people try to throw out there, well, maybe Jaden Daniels. That was never happening. Caleb was going to be the first round pick, period, and then Jaden Daniels was going to follow. From there, that's when the draft started to take shape. But the first 2 picks were dictated completely. This year, all we can really openly say is that we know Cam Ward will be drafted 1 or 2. And that's it. That's the only one that we can solidly pick. Because I do think that some people are concerned about that foot thing with Abdul Carter. And that could affect. We've seen these types of things affect player status easily. So, yeah, it could be something that a team looks at and goes, that means nothing. And we're drafting him. You know, Tennessee or the Browns. That means nothing. We're drafting him. Or we could easily see Cam Ward and then Shedeur Sanders both be drafted back-to-back. And now the Giants will laugh to the bank as they draft Abdul Carter.
Yeah, a lot of it. You know, it's coming up, and it's kind of like we're in that lulling period with the draft, where it's like we kind of talked about all these guys, and now we're just kind of sitting on our hands waiting for it to happen. You know, we still have almost like 4 more weeks to go. And
this year's a very unpredictable draft this year.
Very unpredictable. And let's not forget, trades can happen before the draft too. It's not as likely, but we've seen in years past when the Bears, you know, again, they were the number 1 pick, so they were trying to shop that before the day of the draft. And I don't think the first pick's being shopped this year. But I mean, there could still be some lower level trades happen before in terms of draft compensation. But you know, when that day comes, you know, you'll hear rumors of who's shopping who, and we'll still hear more as these pro days continue. We'll hear who's kind of met with who, and rumors will come out because people can't keep their mouths shut, including myself.
Ain't that the truth? We love to talk sports, baby.
We love to talk sports, and some of these guys, too, it's what people forget. These draft insiders, they love talking to people, too, and saying, hey, you know, Ryan Poles might have his eye on this guy. Keep an eye on this guy. It was last season when the Roma Dunze name was, you know, getting toyed around.
We definitely knew that the Bears had interest. That's the funny part. We knew the Bears had interest in Rome. Even before the draft, it was pretty much starting to come out. It was clear that the Bears had big interest in Rome and Dunze.
And we'll hear that this year, too, with who the Bears have interest in. Doesn't mean that they'll be in a position to grab him, but keep your eye out for Will Campbell, keep your guy out for Ashton Janty, and keep your eye out for some of those second-tier edge defenders. Again, Jalen Walker and Shamar Stewart. Keep your ears open for those 2 guys, too, because I don't think this is just because we have Ben Johnson doesn't mean this is a slam dunk to go offense. They still very well need defensive line help, and I think that will be addressed at some point in the draft. I just don't know if it'll be at 10.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it's definitely that unpredictable moment in a way, like, you know, how's it going to really play out? And that's also what's created a lot of excitement. And, you know, hopefully we get what we want at the end of the day. I know what I want. I know what you want. Hopefully we could get those things. Once again, it's been another great Saturday here at Studio 14 on WRMN 1410 AM. This has been the Truth About Chicago Sports. On before us was On the Rise with the Derek and Mikey P. Here on the Truth About Chicago Sports, your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by my brother Blake Cal L, as we have been bringing you nothing but the best sports once again this weekend. Make sure everyone tunes in to the baseball game that's going to be following Chicago White Sox right here on WRMN 1410. We will also be carrying the NCAA games today. Make sure you tune in to those. Also, be safe out there. Have a great sports weekend. We want to send everyone our best. We want to send shots out also to the boss man Dino, to our program director Sonar Dennis Green, and to our executive producer Maddie Ice McNeil. Thank you all for checking us out, and I got a little surprise closer for you guys, a little teaser for something that's going to be coming with our pregame shows. Here we go to close out the show. Nope, sorry, it didn't work. Not going to do it this week, Blake. Haha. Guess what? We'll have it done for people the following week for I can definitely play a little something cool for you guys. But in the meantime, enjoy yourselves and enjoy life. This has been the Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410.
Loved one owns a gun. And for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant. They've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. they've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fix Bayonets, comrades, this is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt, coming to you every Saturday, noon until 1. Of course, there may be some times when Sox games ain't playing that we will be noon until 2. All right, if you're going to call in at our call-in number, 847-931-1410, please do so before 12:30, where we will be superseded, except for the YouTube channel. The broadcast will be superseded for the Sox game. So call in before 12:30 or a little bit before 12:30 so we could get your question in there and answered. Otherwise, it'll wait until it'll continue on to YouTube. The text number here is 505-926-1410. You could also hit us up in the chat in the YouTube live channel on WRMN YouTube channel. You can find those links at WRMN1410.com. All right, so, Paul, how you doing this week?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, but I got motivated and aggravated, and I got the high blood, and my blood was boiling and everything, just because thinking about everything. So, about what happened with the Signal chat, and I don't know if anyone's overly familiar with that, but that is. You know how you have text on your phone and you send group texts and everything? Well, the Signal is an app that doesn't use text, that travels through the internet, and supposedly it's secure, so it can't be hacked. So if you don't want the feds dumping your phone and getting all your text from your phone provider, Signal can hide that. And I'm not saying to use it for nefarious means.
Well, there's something, and it's hitting on some of the cable stations now. It's quite concerning. It turns out that Signal is a non-for-profit. It's a 501c3. Whoa. It's actually the Signal Foundation, okay? And it's run by a guy. Now dig this. The dude's name is Moxie Marlinspike.
If that is his real name.
No, his real name is Matthew Rosenfeld.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and what's really disturbing to me is here's old Matt here. Matt is an avowed anarchist. Now, why we would let this happen? He's got some articles published in the Anarchist Library, and like they tell you. You can't believe everything on Wikipedia. And I would agree with that, except there's another big problem. You see, the woman that was in charge of Wikipedia was as a young lady by the name of Catherine Maher. You might remember her this week for being in front of Congress talking about NPR. Well, Catherine Maher also was a supervisor at Signal. And she was Catherine is the former CEO and executive of Wikipedia Media. But you know what's interesting? She's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, think tanks here, where her work focused on intersection of technology, human rights, and democracy. And prior to Wikipedia, she was the director of advocacy for the digital rights organization Access Now, and she's got she's one of the security fellows at the Truman National Security Project, and she's in charge of the Digital Public Library of America, and she was a trustee at the American University of Beirut, and she's got her bachelor's degree from the New York University's College of Study of Arabic Languages. So, you know, when you dig into this, this is like a spy novel waiting to happen, because whoever let this thing out and out of the bag and allowed to be used and unregulated is really causing us some problems.
Okay, so that's where my rant gets in. Here's the thing, right? So for the last 12 years, before January 21st, the Fourth Estate has completely disappeared and been absorbed into one of the political parties. All right, would you agree that that's true? For the most part.
If not absorbed into the party, absorbed into the ideologies of the party.
Yeah, they absorbed that ideology. So there was really no one looking out for stuff like this, which we have a thing. And I went on this rant last week about the FBI being our main counterintelligence service, and we have counterintelligence in the military also. So Department of Defense and DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, they all have counterintelligence offices. And what I say about counterintelligence is they like those spy games, James Bond and stuff, and let's catch the enemy spies. That's the sexy stuff. You know, ooh, I'm going to put on a suit. I'm going to have a couple martinis. I'm going to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. I'm going to gamble. I'm going to gamble with not my money, the government's money. I'm just going to be, 007, a double-odd agent. And probably their main job where they can get the biggest bang for the buck and do the most for the government is dumpster diving, all right? And the thing is, every country, even our closest allies, are spying on us. Every one of them. That's a given. I want someone to prove me wrong, right? Prove me wrong. Every country is going to have some sort of espionage directed against us to collect intelligence, all right? And the worst thing we could do to them is not to give it away free. We give it away free. They don't have to do anything. We give it away free. And that's what the counterintelligence agent's main job is to prevent us from giving it away free. But that's not sexy anymore. Now you become a blue falcon. The military knows what that is, and they don't like that, all right? They don't want to be the bad guy here. You want to be the good guy. Let's go catch a foreign spy. Let's not catch some guy that's accidentally doing something. Now, the signal thing isn't going on. So I got to say that this Jeffrey Goldberg, all right? Jeffrey Goldberg has actually re-entered the Fourth Estate. And you're going to see a lot of that now because they are against. Right? So any little thing that wouldn't have even been brought up before, it wouldn't matter. They said, so what? So what? They weren't talking about that. Now it's like, oh my God, it's war plans. It's our entire war plan he gave out. It's not. It wasn't. But was it poor judgment to be talking anything on Signal? Yes, it's poor judgment. And here's the worst thing. The worst thing that really gets me angry, all right? I hope people don't hear, have to turn down the volume or whatever, is that the guys doing it right now, Pete Hegseth, Mike Walls, and everyone else in there, they're high up guys. And they should have been briefed by FBI counterintelligence guys, by DIA counterintelligence guys, by NSA counterintelligence guys. All these guys should have briefed them on this stuff, right? Cyber Command, they should have just briefed them, say, hey, don't use it. The trouble is the U.S. government... The U.S. government pays lots of money, billions of dollars for technology for secure communication. So we had the Blackberries. The reason BlackBerry stock was so high because the government was buying a lot of Blackberries because they could be secured communication. So let me turn this off. It's my phone. So they spend all this money, but the stuff isn't user-friendly. It's a big pain in the butt. I've been on the inside with that. It's a giant pain in the butt. To get to the secure thing, to have the secure, to have secure stuff that the government pays for, it's hard to use, it's difficult to use, it's not user-friendly, and the people that are supposed to service it are non-responsive. Yeah, we'll give you service. Okay, I got 1,000 people with problems, and I have one person answering the helpline. You know? So these are the people high up that they should say, okay, we're going to make it work now. So now you get in with the non-responsive contractors and say, hey, you're non-responsive. You lost your contract. We're not paying you. We're not going to pay you anything we owe you. We'll go with a responsive contractor that's going to help us with this stuff. The little guy on the bottom that's waiting hours online, hours on a hold on a phone or whatever, or waiting on chat or sending an email that never gets responded to, they can't do anything. But the guys up at the top, yeah, they should be doing something. Now this all comes out because of good old Jeffrey Goldberg there and makes a big deal out of it. Maybe things will get fixed. This is not a problem that has existed just this week. This has been going on for years, ever since the cell phones were invented. Case in point, all right? At the Pentagon. Pentagon's secure. You know, pretty much there's some common areas there that they have the public, and when the public goes through and gets a tour, they always have the nice young Marines in their dress uniforms guiding them and telling them about everything. And I really suggest anyone that goes to D.C., if you get a chance to take that tour of the Pentagon, it is worth it. It's good. It's like a museum. But then if you want to get in there like I did, I'd have to go there for meetings. I had to register my card, and I had to wait and get everything. And then I'm pretty much free to go almost anywhere that you didn't have to press a button to get in, because there are other places limited access. People were carrying their cell phones around. Even though the ringers were shut off, they were still pinging inside of there. Then people were carrying Fitbits that stored information, location information, and when they got, even if they didn't have their cell phone, when they got back to their cell phone, the Fitbit communicated and put it in there, and guess what happened? The entire Pentagon got mapped. The entire Pentagon got mapped. By who? Foreign adversaries? No, us. So after it's all mapped, after the horses are out of the barn, up here they come. Let's close the doors. Now you can't bring your cell phone here. You can't bring your cell phone there. They tell you can't have any electronic. They should have done this long before, right? But higher-ranking people would be inconvenienced, and you can't have that. Then you can't have special exceptions either, so they just didn't care. And now it's come to the front light. It should be fixed. It should get in there and get back to the counterintelligence job of keeping us from giving it away for free. Actually make our adversaries and our allies work for the information. Do you understand what I'm getting at, Paul?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, if the boss doesn't do anything about it, nothing's going to happen.
It reminds you of going back to new times. You know, during World War II, in the Pacific particularly, we used to, call in things on walkie-talkies and communications. But what do? We use Navajo code talkers. And we had Navajo code talkers who had their own language, and they had a tank was a turtle, and then they put down turtle, and then the guy on the other end would say, the tanks are over here. So that's what, it's almost like it doesn't matter if it's encrypted, not encrypted. It needs to be scrambled at the other end, and like a key, and maybe it changes every day, like a modern day Enigma. Every day we turn the wheel, and it does it electronically. And, it's a random access generator in some way, so that none of this stuff really matters anymore.
See, we have that. We have secure communication devices. We have them. They are there, right? There are secure BlackBerries that can't be hacked, all right, or supposedly can't be hacked, that are encrypted. point to point, and the encryptions change. We have secure computer lines. We have the Stu 3 telephone that scrambles so you could use a telephone line. But really, the only true secure method of communication is if I whisper it into your ear and no one else is around to hear it. Face to face, one-on-one, that's secure. Anything else can be hacked. Going back, this is really going back in the day when computers first came out and they said, well, we'll have a closed system. And everyone remembers, what was the first little guy, Mission Impossible with,
Mr. Phelps?
No, the little guy, the Christian Scientist, or not Christian Scientist. That's wrong. I'm sorry. He's a space thing. God, I can't remember his name. Risky Business.
Mark?
The guy from Risky Business, right? Tom Cruise. So the little guy, Tom Cruise. You know, everyone should know who you're talking about when you talk about Tom Cruise.
I'm thinking of the Mission Impossible from TV.
Yeah, this is the movies, right? And the first one, they had to break into the super secret spy agency's closed system, right? It's a closed system. It doesn't hook up to the internet. All the data's there. You can't get it out because it's a closed system unless you actually get to the one point that has an active USB port or whatever, and you could do it. So a guy said, well, I don't care if it's a closed system. I could get stuff off their computers without even hooking up to them. And they're like, no, it's impossible. It's impossible. He says, watch, I'm going to feed in this one program into the computer, and it's going to get me all the information out of the computer wirelessly without sending out a radio signal. No Bluetooth, no infrared, no light signal or anything.
Microwave, nothing.
No microwave, none of that, right? He used the fans, the cooling fans on the computers to turn them on and off in sort of like a on-off 101010 digital code. It took a while, but there was a listening device, an audio listening device that was listening for those fans to turn on and off. And it would interpret the code. It took a while, so there is, even on a closed system, you get that information out. Back in the day, we were burning typewriter ribbons because if you threw out a typewriter ribbon, all it took was a spy to unroll it and say every letter that you typed to make it out.
It's a famous Columbo episode. Yeah. He proved the guy wrote a letter on the guy that killed him by taking it was the carbonless ribbon though, but they unrolled it and it had the whole detailed letter in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's keystrokes. The length of time it takes Underwood or a Royal typewriter, manual typewriter, that key to travel is different for every single letter. So when a typist is hitting it, they could tell by this difference, right? So it's very hard if someone's really going actively at it, right? Actively attacking this stuff and trying to get that information. There are ways to do it. But they should have to work that hard. And what happens is when you find a gap, that's what counterintelligence is trying to do. Find the gaps in our protection for our intelligence. So when they find something like that, they go, oh, well, we gotta use soundless stuff now, so they can't use the fans going on and off, all right? Or we got to make sure we sweep for listening devices. And all listening devices, a carbon microphone. It's a passive charge. It creates its own charge, right? So we don't have people plugging these holes anymore because there's no caring about it. No one cares. But now, thanks to Jeffrey Goldberg, people care. I've always cared. But again, I'm the little guy telling them this is stupid. You can't do that. You can't do that. And they're like, who's he? He's not wearing stars on his shoulder. Okay. I'm telling you, this has been going on forever. Now, the Signal app All right, so they're a non-for-profit and everything. Here's, okay, getting into a little more, right? Last minute. Fishing, all right? That's going to be a big problem here, right? You got 5 minutes. I'm not talking about going down to Lake Michigan and casting the line in for coho. I'm talking about people sending you emails, apps, everything else that is collecting your information. And even people you would consider the smartest people don't realize that their phone is basically collecting intelligence on them. Now, when you have 380 million phones collecting all this, everyone says, well, there's too much information to really pinpoint on people, like who's this and everything. But there's not too much information for artificial intelligence. You tell them to look for one thing, and it's going to go through all that data until it finds that one thing. It's going to extrapolate information. There is where Signal becomes, all these apps become problems. In itself, all right, I could have innocent conversations not relating to anything, but in itself, it's still tracking me. It's tracking my habits. It's tracking who I have these Signal app conversations with. It's putting together, the computer and artificial intelligence is putting together a massive link matrix diagram. So if they want to get at me, they know who my friends are. Would you agree with that?
I would.
And you can't walk away from this technology either. You know, you go off the grid completely. You know, not talk to anyone, become a hermit, which isn't a bad way of life. A lot of the saints were hermits. I could see why, right? But just be aware that they are collecting the information, and don't give it to them for free. Don't give them stuff for free. Like, you're on Facebook and if someone posts, you know, your birth month is whatever stone is your birth month. What's your birth month stone, you know? And then people put it in, and now they got your month of birth, or possibly, maybe 9 out of 10 times you tell the truth, and one time you don't tell the truth or whatever. But they take that information, they build the database, and then they extrapolate stuff. So they go, the first three letters of your last name, you know, mean what sort of Viking you would be. You know, you see all these things come out, and people put that in, and then boom, boom, you know, that information is stored. What's your favorite? Who? I like it. Which car did you learn how to drive on? Right. That's one that comes out. What's one of the questions? One of the security questions they always ask you.
What was your first car?
That's right. So probably for one you learned how to drive on. Your parents handed it down to you. You know, you're like, okay. So now they got a possible thing. In my book here, you know, Bot Madam, I married a Bot Madam, the artificial intelligence machine learning program friend, Zoya, the protagonist, she says, hey, you know, my artificial intelligence can sledgehammer any password. And that's just a matter of guessing, just like they do when you're data mining for cryptocurrency. It's a matter of guessing the answer to this blockchain. Who could guess it the fastest? Well, that's what artificial intelligence does, but then it can also go and fish for that information. All right? And now when it comes to bigwigs, it's funny because they call that whaling. So if they're going after all the little privates working in the skiff or working in personnel, right? When they start going after the generals, it's going up for fishing, it goes to whaling, right? And sometimes they don't even go after the general himself with that, but they know who his family is. So they start sending his wife these messages, right? Like even like fake. How many times have you got on your email like these fake messages like, oh, your email account's been locked, you know? Please log in here with your password, with your username and password, so we can unlock your email. And it doesn't even go to that. All right, so when we get back, we're going to be going directly to just to YouTube. We won't be on the radio anymore, unfortunately, and we will be on the radio next week. But we're going to be superseded by the Sox game. But we will complete this the hour on YouTube.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Hi, this is Mark Bialek, and I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As both a trustee and as your morning show voice on WRMN, I have always taken pride in connecting with the residents of Elgin and Elgin Township on a one-on-one basis. And it's this connection with the local community and its feelings and thoughts, combined with relationships that I've been able to form with many local leaders, that give me the balance of views that I need to use to help form my opinions, decisions, and votes at our board meetings. I also understand that as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent people of all beliefs and cultures, and I take that responsibility seriously, priding myself on taking on all issues with an open mind. I am also proud to say that over the past 4 years, I've been able to spearhead America's First Responders Fest, an annual local festival that brings local people together with our great first responders. So please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and thank you for taking the time to vote in your important local elections. Paid for by friends for Mark Bialek. The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at silink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango. Fix Bandits, comrades, we're back for the second half of the exclusive YouTube Live. That's, when you have something go bad, you got to make it look good. You got to have that silver lining. So you just, it's exclusive now. The YouTube Live for the second half of the show. How about that, Paul?
I like that.
Yeah. So tell me more about
the very special offer. Only available to you who are viewing it.
Yes. But wait, there's more. Call your friends. Tell them to hook up the computer. Tell them to turn on their cell phone. Tell them to turn on their laptop, turn on their tablet. And, even, you know what? This comes in great on the app for Amazon Fire Stick. Or,
really?
Yeah, the app for Amazon Fire Stick, or I got the Amazon Alexa, the box, the Fire Cube, right? Which I think is a little superior to the stick, right? Because, I don't know, it's got more memory, and you could hook it into hardline rather than just work Wi-Fi. You can hook it into an RJ45 cable. So, yeah, you put it on YouTube, you go to WRMN's channel, bam, it's right there. It's in 70 inches. If you got a 70-inch screen of me and you, it's right there. It's got a great quality.
No, that's a sight. 70-inch screen with me and you on it. I mean, that's a selling point.
Yep. And of course, we got the projector at the Schiller Park Community Center that the Post 104 uses. And here, let me give a call out, even though it's not on broadcast anymore, but my good friends from Dunkin' Donuts Veterans over on Dempster, just east of Harlem, they all went downtown today for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. So today is the day, I guess March 29th, that we pulled our last combat troops out of Vietnam. All right, so they have a big memorial at the wall there, and a big call out to them. I probably should have done it while we were broadcasting, but I get too, my blood gets too angry sometimes. So tell us more about these two that started Signal, the two obviously not members. What is the ultra conservative John Birch Society or something?
Yeah, well, we're definitely not. Yeah. So Marlin Spike, he's really Matthew Rosenfeld. And he's an American entrepreneur, cryptographer, and a computer security researcher.
Okay, well, I got to stop you. In his early life, he's a cryptographer. Was he in the military?
No, I don't think so.
So
because and again, I'm basing a lot of this on the YouTube. Yeah, he's I mean, he was born in the 80s in Georgia. They're not saying a whole lot about him. It says that he was, it's interesting. He's a sailor, though. He bought a boat with some friends of his. Marlin is the creator of Signal, co-founder of the Signal Technology Foundation, and served as the first CEO of Signal Messenger, LLC. He was also a co-author of the Signal Protocol, encryption used by Signal WhatsApp, Google Messages, Facebook, Messenger, and Skype. He's the former head of the security team at Twitter. I mean, it gets better all the way through. And author of a proposed SSL authentication system replacement called Convergence. Did you ever hear that?
I'm still trying to think of what SSL means, but I've never heard of Convergence.
I've heard this is a new thing. They're talking about it. And he previously maintained a cloud-based WPA cracking service and a targeted anonymity service called Google Sharing. Okay, so when you look more, you open up the windows on Wikipedia, it says that he's an anarchist, and I'm thinking, wow, that's really strange, right? Could that be possible? So in a couple of years ago, I think it was 2020 or 2022, in the anarchist library under the name Moxie Marlin Spike, his alias, he's the author of an anti-capitalist, illegalism, squatting article on the promise of defeat, where he goes into how, we used to be patriotic, and, he went, and he talks about anarchists are best known for their failures. This is really deep stuff. They lost the Spanish Civil War. The Soviets prevailed in Hungary in 1956. The Paris communards were shot to death. and the status quo continued after May of '68. And yet, far from trying to suppress these histories, these are the stories that anarchists recount. Even anarchist holidays tend to commemorate movements of dazzling defeat.
November 5th.
Well, wait, it's bad. Haymarket.
Yes.
Sacco and Vanzetti.
I thought Haymarket was a nihilist.
No, they were anarchists because they were. That was the Illinois Governor Altgeld and all those guys. So Haymarket, Sacco and Vanzetti, and Berkman's botched assassinate, etc. This is unusual. American patriots do not speak with a gleam in their eye of the incredible number of battles that George Washington. So, like, he's comparing anarchists got to get their act together because they only commemorate spectacular defeats and not victories, which is troubling to me.
Okay, so then, here's where this guy is way off, right? On basic logic, right? He's telling anarchists, what are anarchists for? No government. What is government? Organized leadership. All right? So he's trying to tell anarchists to organize into some sort of self-government, right?
Well,
why do they fail? Because they're not organized. Why are they not organized? Because they're against organization.
Yeah, it could also be viewed, though, as the post-destruction of the present organization into a new organization that is not organized.
Okay, but it's confusing, right? An unorganized. Well, okay, so when you talk about, if you get down to anarchism, all right, and the people that love anarchism are kind of paranoid of the government, which I am, right? I'm totally paranoid of them. That I can make this guy look, completely sane compared to the way I'm paranoid, but I was on the inside and everything, and I'm not abdicating for the violent overthrow of anything, right? But what is this guy let's go extend it to the end, right? To the logical conclusion. Okay, government's gone. We have anarchism. There's no government. Everyone's supposed to live as a nice human being. So there's no money because there's no government. So everything has to be in trade and barter. All right? So I go over and I club his head in because I feel like doing it, and I take everything he's got. And then he's like, or his family's like, oh no, how come I wasn't protected? Because if this guy he's going to have to provide for people. But what does he have? He's invested in money. Does he have food? He might have shelter because he might own some buildings, but once the government's gone, who's to protect what property is his and what's not? It turns into warlords now.
Well, kind of, but that's the problem I have, because Signal is a charity. Charities technically don't make money. They do make money, but only to provide their function. So how is he able to do this? Where's the in other words, where's the payoff for the charity with Signal?
Well, here's
if you don't get paid and you don't fund it, how does it make money? It's not doing advertising because they claim that they're encrypted. So
there's advertising. There's advertising. There's advertising on the app. You're going to see stuff come up in the app. It's not within your chat, right? But it's in your app.
Okay, that's what I get at. So then he's really making money off of the thing, and where there's a way to advertise, there's also got to be a way to backtrack too.
Yes.
And Wikipedia, every couple of times you log on, could you donate money to us? We're free. Would you donate money? But then, there are ads and stuff like that. But it troubles me because the IRS, exempt organizations, and every state is supposed to monitor a charity. And there's no monitoring, apparently.
We're getting at it. We're getting at a point here. We're getting at a point I want to make. You're right. There's no monitoring. So there should be, all right? So a 501c3, and I've done 990s for 501c19s and C3s, the Knights of Columbus and the American Legion. So I kind of aware of what it is. So they could be bringing in, they could get grants and everything from the government, and people could donate money, and people could pay for advertising on there. And then they take that money that isn't paid to their officers or, to keep the business running or for anything that they need. They take all the rest of that money, and that money goes to other 501c3s. All right, so they donate to other organizations. So it's almost a Ponzi scheme. All right, so they're at the top getting all this money, but they're cashing the money down to lower levels, where after a while it gets so washed that people are confused, like you're saying. So getting back to this, the counterintelligence and everything, and our adversaries. So I said they're hard at us trying to collect intelligence. So if you're hard at them preventing us from giving it away, right? So I've got my counterintelligence guys, and they're doing classes, and they're doing dumpster diving, and they're doing assessments and everything to make sure that we're just not giving the intelligence away. Then you got the adversaries coming in, and maybe they target me, or maybe they target my boss that says, hey, listen, you're doing too good of a job. Why don't you take a break? Right? And then suddenly all the information's being given away free again. Right? So we had, what are these? The FBI agents. I could probably go further into the military guys too. But one of the main ones, Robert Hansen, what was he in charge of?
He was an analyst.
He was in charge of counterintelligence.
Oh, okay.
He was the highest ranking FBI counterintelligence guy. The man for counterintelligence. All right. So he's supposed to be keeping all us from giving away stuff free and having the enemy come get our stuff. And he was on the payroll of the Soviet Union. He was on the Soviet Union's payroll. So do you think he was doing his job very well, catching Russian spies? No.
He knew them. He knew who they were.
He did.
Yeah.
And then you got
he knew who they were.
Yeah. Then you got Charles McGonigal, right? And he was chief of counterintelligence. And then you got even earlier, this Lutisik guy, who he was another counterintelligence guy. So these are all FBI guys that are supposed to be looking for spies. So why target a little guy that can only get a little information, right? When you could target a big guy and just tell him, turn a blind eye. It's like the fox coming up to the roosters, right? And saying, here's some extra chicken feed for you, and here's a really hot-looking 10, that you could have your way with all the time. Just let me go into the chicken coop for a couple hours. Oh, how did that happen? We had a big rooster to protect it. Right, so when you with this Signal app, yes. What did Khrushchev say? This is great. Good old Soviet Khrushchev. All right. I would have to say he was probably one of the best Soviet leaders they had, and for the reason being that he was really trying to de-Sovietize the Soviet Union slowly. But he said, we will sell you the rope with which you'll hang yourselves. All right? So you got this guy, and he sells Signal to these people that get so used to using it on the big level. Oh, let's use Signal here, let's use Signal there. And now he's in, right? He sold us the rope with which we're hanging ourselves.
Well, it's the crackberry. We'll give you a taste for free, and you use it, and then now you're compromised, all of you.
Well, it's not just it's not just the compromisation, right? It's the fact that there's an alternative out there. The Department of Defense does have secure alternatives. They exist. They absolutely exist, right? They're just a pain in the ass to use. So they got so used to using the easy stuff. Signal's easy. That's why it makes money, because it's made for an average person, all right? It's made for its ease of use. Even my mother could use it. She's not very techie, right? She's really super intelligent on some things, but she's not very techie, right? So they make it easy for non-techie people to use, whereas the military, on the other hand, make it the biggest pain in the butt to use, So what are you going to, if you want to chat with your high-level friends that have all used Signal before and never had a problem, well, what's the harm? Who can know? It can't be tracked. It can't be anything. Unless you got a guy on the inside. Honestly, if that guy wasn't on the inside, they'd still be using Signal today, which is wrong. And thank God he came out and said, hey, they're using Signal. This is stupid. Not, oh, they're giving away war plans. Okay, that's a lot of hyperbole there. But the point got across to me instantly. Everyone else is seeing it as, oh, giving away intelligence and war plans. The point I got was these guys shouldn't even been using the app. They should have been using the stuff that they had available to them. And if it didn't work.
There's another thought about this, though, and it's developing. You know, when we were in government, you can't get rid of anything. You have to actually file a certificate to destroy information, and you have to hold on to information.
Yeah, that's what I forget.
Official Records Act.
Official Records Act, yeah.
All right, and there's a thought that they didn't want this stuff anywhere written down, so they didn't have to turn it over. So in their immediate thought of being able to have these meetings and not be able to have to disclose it to anyone, and rely on quote faulty memories, that they went into this app, and then there's a thought that maybe something intentionally happened so that it did get out, so that this could embarrass them in what they were doing and create a scandal.
Yes, they created a scandal, absolutely. And you think they should, because this stuff should be really stomped on right away. Absolutely. But let me remind you, it's been going on for years, 12 years under the other regime, and this didn't change. This didn't come up now. How long has Signal been around?
I don't know, but I've heard guys on YouTube channels say they've been using Signal in the military to change meetings and stuff like that for years.
Do you know what they use it for? You know what? The company commander has his lieutenants and his platoon sergeants, and this is company like 200 infantry guys, or maybe a transportation company and everything. And he'll go out and he'll say like, yeah, PT's changed from 5 a.m. We're going to do it at 6 a.m. Right? And he sends it out, or we're going to have a picnic at so-and-so, right? And they put it out because your soldiers, your down-to-earth soldiers, and not a lot of your junior leaders, sergeants and everything, they don't have Crackberries. They don't have the BlackBerry. They don't have the secure phone. They don't even have computers with internet access. Some of them just got their phone. So in order to get your military email, you have to use a smart card, right? So your CAC, your common access card, it's got a little chip in it that has certificates and encryption in there, so you can check into your military email, right? And get the military stuff. Well, they don't have that, all right? They have a phone. And here's the thing with that too. People, believe it or not, people still prepay for their phones, so they still have limited minutes and they still have limited texts, right? But the Signal app doesn't use a text. It uses internet, and you can hook into Wi-Fi so you're not using whatever internet. And they just say, hey, so everyone's got Signal. Everyone in the company signs into the Signal. The commander sends out a blast, right, for that. These are low-level guys, all right? And this is low-level stuff, all right? If he's in combat now, let's say, goes over and he's got his company in combat, and he goes on to Signal, and he says the guys do this, right? When he's got Blue Force there's a different, I'm dating myself. We used to use Blue Force Tracker, and that would go out to things that's satellite encrypted up and down. Like I said, we have the communications equipment to direct the battle. If he's using Signal for that, then he's wrong, and he should have that basic knowledge. But a lot of them don't, and you're right. That's why we have to go through, the military goes through this yearly training for cyber awareness training. And it used to be the funniest thing, because there were these pixelated, almost like, what was the, I Want My MTV song that had the two furniture movers in it. And that's the way the graphics looked, very blocky and everything, of people, like almost two-dimensional 3D people. And then one guy decided that he was he was given the class for cyber awareness, and instead of using this girl's face, he superimposed Hillary Clinton's face on it. Because, oh, wait a second, didn't Hillary Clinton put an actual civilian server, and she was routing military, government, the State Department secrets and everything through that? Oh, or did we just forget that?
In her bathroom.
Yeah, so Signal is much worse than that, and destroying, like you said, public records, right? She destroyed those phones were funded by the U.S. government, right? That was all funding. She can't show receipts that she paid for that stuff. It was all funded. The services were funded by the U.S. government. She had no right to destroy it. It's U.S. government property, but she did. So is there anything out on that? No. Like I said, this is a very old problem. It came around with technology. And they need not just give training. They're like, how do you mitigate a risk, right? So that's another thing in the military, risk management. So whenever you do something, where someone may or may not get hurt, training things, you do a risk management thing, and you say, okay, this is a risk of serious death. How do we mitigate it, right? Like, okay, you're jumping out of an airplane. Well, there's a risk of serious death. How do you mitigate it? Well, you put them in parachutes. Okay, that's one little bit of mitigation. Then everything goes down until you get the safety within acceptable risks, because you shouldn't be risk adherent. But when you have this leak of information, which is risky, how do you mitigate that leak? Training alone doesn't do it. You're right. Supervision has to do it. Has there been supervision on this? I don't think there's been enough, all right? Because one, it's not sexy, right? I said getting a hot female spy, hot female 20 honeypot Russian spy. Oh, that's sexy. Getting some colonel who decides that he can't walk to the shredder, so he throws some classified garbage into the garbage can to be taken out with normal garbage, right? That's not sexy. But that's plugging a leak. That's mitigating the leaks, right? So you need supervision on that. The other mitigation, though, the other way to mitigate, you got training and the supervision, but also limiting the technology that people can use in classified spots, and almost on a military base. It's very hard to do. The beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Russians knocked out battalions of Ukrainians because they were all using cell phones, and they just targeted their cell phones, and that was the end of them. We got two minutes left on this. So, Paul.
Yeah.
Any final words?
We need to be more cognizant of what we're doing. I used to regulate charities, and I spent about 5 years of my life doing that, and I've prosecuted people, stuff like that. We need to get back to regulation. We need to find out what these things exactly do, and we need to prevent stuff like this, because who knows? Like you said, who knows who's getting this money? I mean, their mission is to enable free, open source and a non-for-profit. That all sounds good, but free open source for what? Anarchists want a free open source to where they can, schedule their, what do you call them, wildings or meetings or meetups. And we've given them that, and now we've put our imprimatur on it by making our military meet through that, and I think that is. Well,
we're not making them. We're not making them. We are not.
We're allowing it.
We're and we really don't allow it. There are courses that tell you not to do that stuff. There are fishing courses. They tell you not to do it. We're not making them. We're not really allowing it. We don't condone it. We just don't have oversight. We're like a bunch of Robert Hansons out there paid by the adversary not to have oversight, which he's supposed to do, not to do his job. You're paying the sheepdog not to do his job.
Right.
All right. So see you next week.
Next week.